Hello, 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 hello.
Well, there is lots of advancement of knowledge which is happening. There is lots of new knowledge, new R&D, new innovation which is happening. So in our policy, we provided space on how will Telangana as a government, as a facilitator of the entire ecosystem, how will us support this knowledge creation, advancement of knowledge, etc. So if you look at these three specific pillars of our policy, supply side, demand side, and R&D side, I can mention after 2 years of experience that the supply side, by and large, is looking quite all right. In fact, in the country, there are roughly around 12 to 13 states who have come out with their EV policies. And I can share with lots of pride that amongst these 12, 13 states, there are 3, 4 states who have received a lion's share of supply investment share. And I'm happy to say that Telangana is one of them. Some of the major OEMs have committed to set up their factories here to manufacture vehicles, cars, three-wheelers, two-wheelers, even cycles, and also different components of energy storage related to cells, modules, panels, batteries, advanced chemistry, and so on and so forth. So, and I can mention this as well, that there is a very good and a very satisfying pipeline of future investments also that is ready. So hopefully in the next 1 year or 1.5 years, we'll be able to convert many more of them. When it comes to research and development, etc., there also, and innovation, there also I see some very promising work happening. We have government promoted institutions like T-Hub, T-Works, etc. And I frequently come across young innovators, entrepreneurs, startups who are designing something new, something more useful. In fact, Professor Rajkiran spoke about some of the recent bad experiences we have had with batteries. So lots of research is going on in these institutions. There are national level institutions. For example, the DRDO has ARCI here. They're also doing some very cutting edge work. Instead of lithium ion, they're trying to prepare a new composite which can withstand the hot temperatures, particularly in the summer months, etc. So on that front also, progress is pretty satisfactory. But the third pillar where I won't say that there is no progress, there is definitely good progress, but it could have been much more, which is related to adoption. How do you motivate more and more people to switch over to electric vehicles, or first time buyers straight away take up electric vehicles? And it is in this bucket that we see lots of relevant issues related to charging infrastructure, power utilities role, etc., etc. So few points which again born out of experience, and after interacting with lots of stakeholders, the kind of feedback that they share, there are some points which I would like to mention. So if you look at our state, I don't have precise numbers, but I'm sure all of you know this, that we have decided to incentivize some first few thousands of car users, three-wheeler users, two-wheeler users, and even private commercial vehicles, etc., by providing them exemption from road tax, from registration charges, etc., etc. So again, as I said, the pace is not enormous. It is not that within days this quota of hours got exhausted. But there is a slow and steady pace which needs to be accelerated. Now, if you look at how those of the people who have actually started shifting to electric vehicles, who are these? We will notice three things. One is that large number of two-wheeler users are now shifting to electric, and this is propelled by, first of all, the fact that lots of companies are investing in bringing new models. Many of us know that the two-wheeler market today has more than 20 players, and each of them have good products. They have done some research on the kind of experience a two-wheeler rider would typically prefer, and the vehicles are designed to match those experiences or even better those experiences, etc. Two-wheeler market is kind of picking up. But when you look at the four-wheeler market, the cars, that is passenger cars in particular, the uptake is very, very small. And again, the pace of it is also not at all encouraging. And if you ask them, one of the questions then that they speak about is about charging infrastructure. In fact, car owners will be typically using their cars not just within the city, but they will also be using it for intercity transport. And this is where this question comes that, okay, in Hyderabad, we have charging infrastructure. But if you go beyond Hyderabad, what will happen? And I can't afford to have two cars, one to travel within Hyderabad and one to take, let us say, to Warangal or Karimnagar. And most people who live here, they have relatives or there is some occasion or the other to travel outside the city. And therefore, this becomes a bottleneck. So when we speak to the agencies, I'm sure Redco representatives are here in this conference. Their issue is it's like a chicken or egg. They're prepared to put charging stations on highways, but they're not sure how many people will use and whether these will be commercially viable or not. So how does one really break this chicken and egg conundrum? Who takes the first step? Should we wait for enough number of vehicles to come and then only put charging infrastructure? Or shall we put charging infrastructure regardless? And then hopefully that will motivate more and more number of people to invest in vehicles. This is one question. Another question, particularly as we know, the world over, the global experience is that it is the public transportation which shows the way. If there are enough number of, let us say, RTC buses or auto rickshaws, which are also a very common use of public transportation in Hyderabad. If there are enough number of such vehicles on the roads, it gives a sense of confidence to private users also that, okay, if so many public transportation vehicles can manage with EVs, with electric charging, etc., we should also be able to manage it. But what is the tipping point? And I'm very sure that we are far, far, far below the tipping point. If, let us say, X percentage of public transportation should be visibly electric in any particular city, we are much, much lower than that. And again, if you dive deep into it, why is it that enough number of RTC buses are not electric, or we don't see too many auto rickshaws which are electricity? Again, important challenges come out. So if you look at auto rickshaws first, auto rickshaws, as you know, I mean, most of us would have used an auto rickshaw at some stage in our life, but nevertheless, we know about how their model operates. It's a very competitive business. As you would have seen, auto rickshaw drivers fight over each other to get passengers because of the competitiveness and the fact that it is a seller's market, not a buyer's market. Then they can't afford to keep their battery on charging for long hours and remain idle. So a solution which has been prescribed is related to battery swapping. But again, the business model, there are a few, I don't know whether people from Race are in this room or not, but that is one startup which today has the largest market share of battery swapping stations. But if you ask them and talk to them, they also complain that in the city of Hyderabad, they are just not close to their viability numbers. So how does one solve this problem? How do you motivate more and more electric, more and more auto rickshaws to convert into electric? Now, for auto rickshaws, the only opportunity is retrofitting. Not every auto rickshaw driver will be able to completely buy a new auto rickshaw because they are not, as you know, they are all working class people, somewhere close to the bottom of pyramid. So how do you ensure that they have retrofitting options and a battery swapping option, which again crosses the tipping point so that enough number of auto rickshaws are seen on the road. So this is again a chicken or egg kind of a conundrum which needs to be solved. RTC buses also, which is true of all RTCs across the country. If you check with the Telangana RTC also, they will mention that heavy capex in the beginning itself to buy thousands and thousands of new electric buses is beyond their budgetary capabilities or their resources. So can we move into a non-capex model? Can they lease electric buses? Can someone else run it for them? So again, not much evolution or thinking has happened related to this particular business model. So this is again an observation on how do you ensure that private sector, private public transportation is able to create that demonstrative effect which impacts the private buyers and enough number of electric vehicles come on board. In two-wheelers, there is a good progress, but as I said, the lack of uptake in the four-wheelers category is a major concern. And the final observation is that power utilities are here. Lots of charging infrastructure, charging stations have come up. Most of the oil companies have set up electric charging infrastructure. Our metro rail has encouraged people as a part of their last mile connectivity to install charging stations at the metro stations. Similarly, private companies have also come forward. Quite a few of them are positive about Hyderabad, bullish about Hyderabad. But at the same time, there are, first of all, if you look at the city as a whole, the spread of existing charging infrastructure is uneven. It is not matching in proportion to the density of vehicles. We have commute data, which is available from, let us say, from Uber, Ola, etc. But when we map the charging infrastructure against the density of vehicle movement in different parts of the city, the mapping is not perfect. I'm not saying that the mapping is completely asymmetrical, but it is not a perfect match. Similarly, people who are setting up charging infrastructure, in fact, I won't name this company, but they are one of the world's largest oil producing company. They had come to meet us few days ago, and they were telling that that company does not operate in India. It's a European company, one of the biggest in the world. They don't have retail presence in India, but they told that we now want to get into electric charging, and we can, and I explained to them that currently there are charging infrastructure, but it is not tallying with the density of vehicular population. That gentleman, the team which had come to meet me, agreed that they will completely create a match by creating their own charging stations. But the expectation they had was that because this is for carbon neutrality, for net zero, etc., our charging station should also be powered by solar. If charging station draws conventional energy and then we charge electric batteries, etc., we are somewhere not really, we are not being very honest with this philosophy and concept of electric mobility, which is also called sustainable mobility or green mobility. So we are missing out that sustainability bit or that green bit. So how do you do this? Of course, in our state, the ERC, I think Telangana was perhaps the first ERC which created a separate tariff for electric charging, which is a big achievement, and it is much lower than commercial rates, etc. But if the companies tomorrow demand that I would like my charging infrastructure to be connected through solar, and then only the philosophy will be really met in both letter and spirit. How do we learnings from other countries? And mentioned there is a very good model there in California. So how do you learn from experience, ensure that our we are back issues, people who are and for inviting me.
Ji, thank you so much, Jai Shanji, for your very adoption is something that we are very happy to work with the state of Telangana on going. I now like to move to the next.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Joining us virtually.
Charu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, there
Are
is
you
some
able
audio. Okay. At the beginning, I would thank the government of Telangana, in fact, represented by the outstanding colleagues here, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan and Mr. Sunil Sharma, Country Director NRDC and Director ASCI. It's always a pleasure to participate in such functions. I remember I met the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana way back in 2016 when we were discussing about a renewable energy university in Telangana, in fact, the World Solar Museum. And I have seen the enthusiasm and the spirit of the state. It is, in fact, we put at the #1 state for innovations and initiatives. And in fact, to find out the role of utilities and power sector in growing EV market, all that we need is a policy framework. We need industry, we need commerce, we need IT, we need electronics, we need communication, and of course, we need energy. And the point I'm trying to make is you have two stalwarts here today who in fact lead the state in these areas. And that in itself in the right time and the right way to start. And I must thank NRDC and ASCI as knowledge partners of Telangana to have started this initiative. Point A, in fact, I've been impressed with the speaker who went into the details of the problems that we have in the field. But, if we are talking about how to make Telangana #1 in this regard, Telangana, of course, must be working on a net zero climate plan. Tamil Nadu has started one and many states are working on this. Now, if we are talking about a net zero climate plan, then we know that energy plays, if we go to greenhouse gases, 73% of the problem lies with the energy sector. Agriculture, forestry, and land use, we have 18% of the problem there. Waste sector, 3.2%, and industry, 5.2%. So when Telangana, to be #1, addresses these issues in the context of net zero, the transportation itself is 16.2%. And this will play a very critical role in addressing the issue of EVs. EVs are going to come. In fact, the world needs 2 billion EVs to be at the time of net zero. So there is no question of whether EVs are going to come or whether the chicken and egg are going to really follow each other. If you look at the world, we are going to cross some 10 million figure now. But if you look at government of India, apart from the incentives shown by the states, government of India has put the 30 at 30. By 2030, they will have 30% of the EVs in the country. The transport operating vehicles will be EVs. And then there is EV production linked scheme that has come. And you have the Automotive Mission Plan 2016 to 26, which is a fairly very good document, and it has been globally acclaimed. We have the National Electric Mobility Mission. And to put it all, because we also want investment in this region, the government of India has made it FDI 100%, FDI can come into the sector. And then today, in fact, in the workshop, we are also trying to capture the experience in UK, USA, Japan, and the EU, etc. And that apart, the National Highways Authority of India, they are talking about one charging station at every 40 kilometers, and we have some 8,000 kilometers of highways. So the point is, the industry is going to change, and electric vehicles are going to come. So in that context, what exactly, we have to do, whether in the power sector or the utilities. Now, if you look at, the globe is changing. The world is trying to have, EVs and more EVs. They're addressing the issues of the infrastructure. They're addressing issues of supply of raw materials in terms of lithium. Storage targets are being fixed by Government of India, and many more corporates are coming into this area. Because the provisions for climate finance is going up. In fact, we need some $7 trillion annual investment to reach the net zero figures. But one truth is that given the present energy security crisis because of Ukraine war and the global shift, things are going to change every year and everywhere. Now, what we would do, suppose Telangana, given, it's a leading state, it always thinks ahead, plans in advance, and strives to be number one always, its utilities and its, the sector that is going to address EV or as a government, it has to have a strategy paper that addresses not only the issues of, how the upfront costs can be brought down, or how the charging infrastructure can be improved, how the driving range of the electric cars can, progress further, and how people can have residential charging facilities, and as well as how the running costs can be brought down. These are the 5 Ps, we call it, for confronting the EV sector. But these were the cases in 2015 when we were struggling with the renewable energy field. The cost of solar was upfront very high. The price of solar was very high, and popularity was not so much. So the renewable energy was taken to a different orbit by precisely bringing in policy instruments, both at the level of provinces as well as the nation, to address these issues. So these 5 problems have to be addressed both at national level as well as state level. So any state strategy to define and expand the role of power sector and utilities so that EVs become complementary, and in fact, we call it the triple E sector, the triple E sunrise sector, because the environment, benefits out of more EVs, employment goes up, and then we also have more of investment coming into this sector. So already, if you look at India, 20 states have come up with some policies to popularize EVs and create infrastructure. Now, given this, the state as a whole, or the utilities in particular, they have to be, they have to capture the opportunities that is coming. I remember in 2016, the Prime Minister of India had invited the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore to talk to the secretaries in New Delhi. And in 2016, the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore was saying that they are doing research and development to find out how they can actually utilize the sea routes in North Sea when global warming resulted in the melting of ice. Now, way in advance, they're talking about research and development. So state is an ideal forum to look at the research and development, both not only in terms of instrumentation or energy efficiency improvement, but also what type of policies we can bring in to achieve the target that we aim today. We have to look at the issues of land. We have to look at the issues of labor, capital, technology, and demand and supply. Now, land, labor, capital, and technology is, as policymakers, as administrators, we know how, and we are the best people actually we can form policies about land, labor, capital, and technology. And but demand supply is also very critical, because if you look at the influence of demand and power consumption by a growing EV population, it is not going to be uniform all across the country. It is not even going to be uniform all across the state. So there has to be an ABC analysis of future consumption points, and where we need better smart integration of grids and smarter supply of electricity, both from renewable and non-renewable sources until we go into 100% solar. That has been always my dream. But monetizing land for the utilities is a very critical factor. So is the skilled force that we have to create to meet a new age of EVs. And many states are talking about, many countries are talking about phasing out internal combustion engines. And sooner or later, many states will come up with these policies. And then, of course, we have to think of how capital can be brought in, both from international as well as national sources. And each state has to be a strategy paper, particularly the requirement of capital in the power sector, keeping the types of smart grids that we need to make all these EV population flourish. Demand and supply, of course, has to be studied, as I told, not only at a macro level, but maybe in the urban centers, semi-urban centers, in the rural areas. And this apart, I will also propose about the areas, the Association of Renewable Energy Agencies, of which Telangana has been a leading partner. There was a proposal that whether the utilities could be members of areas, because a time has come when NTPC is going to be a big solar company in India, a solar corporate in India. There is no reason why the power sector in the states also could not follow, whether in generation or transmission, could not follow the models where central PSUs are increasingly switching over to renewables to bring down the costs. And in that figures, how actually the power sector can play a big role, and the state government can play a big role in increasing and facilitating more and more growth in the EV sector. To sum up, once again, many thanks for the opportunity. And actually, I cherish meeting virtually. Some of the colleagues I worked with earlier, Ajay, for example, Mr. Ramesh. I wish I met them physically sometimes. But to sum up today in this forum, you have brought the right inputs together, the actors, the ideas, and and what you call the actors, ideas, and institutions. This is the right start for a leading state like Telangana, and I hope the NRDC, of which I happen to be a global advisor, they will give the right input. And ASCI, I have seen many times, they're the real competent people over there. Together, we bring out a strategy paper for Telangana, which captures not only net zero policy, but in that context, how do we address the 18% global warming, gas generation from the transport sector, and lay down a policy which makes Telangana not only first in the country, but also makes it a province to be followed by others, gets its global reputation. And once to repeat again, today you have the additional chief secretary at energy, you have the principal secretary, as I told, who looks after industry, communication, IT, everything that you need to take this theme forward. So I wish you will have soon another workshop to discuss the Telangana strategy, how to be number one in the country in promoting EV population. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, for your very relevant remarks and point well taken on the strategy paper, including the net zero goal for a state like Telangana.
Deepa Bagai, Shri Ajay Mishra ji, Shri Jayasranjan Garu, and Shri Raj Kiran, and all those who are present today. A very good morning to all of you. Today is a very, very good and important adopting and the imports run to lakhs of crores. So these figures, anyhow, everybody can go through. It is available everywhere. The basic things which you have to all successful. In this, it should be a comprehensive approach. One very good point told by Mr. Jayashanjan was that if the charging stations are powered by solar power, that would be the best thing. Because then we are not using the electricity which is being produced, which is generating pollution. Well, electricity will be generated for other purpose. We cannot have 100% solar, but at least for charging the vehicles, we can depend on solar so that it will be 100% clean. Only the battery part of it, which will be storing, while manufacturing the battery, there would be some pollution. Okay, for the time being, we can live with that, but at least the charging of the vehicle would be pollution-free. All plan for that. Now, another thing which he has told that it is a situation of chicken or the egg which has to be taken up first, whether we should start this policy and then set up the charging station, or the charging station should be set up and then people should purchase the vehicles. So naturally it's a problem, it's a question, but then we should make a beginning. Things would follow automatically. I mean, so I think some 20 years back when this ATM system started, so then ATM machines started, people started using it, and now today we have ATMs everywhere. What I mean to say that once the thing starts, it picks up, then naturally things follow as per the demand. The demand and supply principle is adopted. And another example I'd like to give, earlier when these online payments were there, people were worried about the EPOS machine and all that. But today we have this barcode, which can be done in 1 rupee. We go to any pawn shop, anywhere, puncture shop also we find this barcode. Earlier EPOS machines were 5,000, 10,000 rupees. What I mean to say, once that idea comes to us and once we are committed to adopt a policy or any idea, naturally solutions will follow, which would be simple, which would be affordable. So here also, as we see, as I said, there should be a comprehensive approach. Now, two-wheelers. Two-wheelers are really in demand. This EV two-wheelers. My piece also has taken one because and he's very happy. Now, when we explain to the public, we should explain. And naturally, at the government level, we should have the figures of the geos and how much is the emission reduced. That is very fine. But when we explain to the public, we should be able to explain to them in very simple terms. Like today, he told me, sir, earlier I was using some 1,500 rupees per month to put petrol in my two-wheeler. Today, he's spending 300 rupees only. Just imagine. So that appeals to everybody. And what he says, that EV which is being charged, that motorcycle which is being charged in the colony, they have got a charging station in that cellar. Everybody is asking him the information about this vehicle. So this is what is word of mouth publicity. Any movie also which you see, they say such and such movie is very good, word of mouth publicity. So in this word of mouth publicity will play a very, very important role in educating the people to take up. I tell in all the meeting that I'm using today I have not brought it. I go for long distances, I use it. So EV vehicle I've got. So that EV vehicle, I can tell you the economics of that also. I mean, in my house, I have got one solar, this rooftop installed, 11 kV. Now, earlier before that, and before that electric vehicle had come, I was paying some, and we use AC and all that very, very frequently and all that during the summer season. Bill was something like 7,000, 8,000 rupees. If you use it very judicially, 6,000 or 7,000 or maximum 8,000. After installing the rooftop and after charging that vehicle through the electricity and through net metering that goes. I mean, not directly through solar, but with our current, but it is net metered. Today, I get a bill of, can anybody guess? 2,500 rupees. After charging my vehicle, I get that much. Earlier, without charging my vehicle, I used to get 8,000. So the thing is that these things should, I mean, this word of mouth publicity, if it is carried on, definitely. My neighbor also, he said, now, I also want to get it installed. I also want to purchase an electric vehicle. So in these simpler terms, if this message goes to everybody, definitely it will pick up, catch the imagination of the people and they will purchase. Now, initially, you will have to put some, what you call, some money and then purchase a vehicle. A little bit more money than what you're putting while purchasing a non-electric vehicle. But then every month savings will be there. So it is something like taking a loan and the savings you are repaying the loan. Once again, I repeat, it is like taking a loan and purchasing a higher vehicle for that additional amount. And whatever savings you are doing per month, you are repaying the loan. It is as simple as that. So these things should be propagated and people will come forward and utilize, I mean, the services of the government, which is very important by giving what you call as Judge Ranjan Garu has done this certain concession, like there will be no registration of the vehicles. Then many more concessions are there, which are given by the government. They will come forward to take this. And then in the ultimately, they will only benefit. It is not just following a policy like that only, but it is getting benefited by a policy which is very good for everybody. And you know that by adopting the EVs, carbon emissions would be zero. And then pollution would be reduced. And then we'll be utilizing, as I said, solar energy. Yesterday only while discussing with Madam, I was saying that fossil fuel has taken millions of years to get formed. The trees and the animals, when they were converted to oil or coal, it has taken millions of years. And these millions of years, once they're utilized, I mean, once they are used while burning for thermal or for petrol, they cannot be repleted. I mean, they cannot be replenished. They're over. But solar energy we get every day. And the time taken from sun to earth is 8 minutes. So where is millions of years and where is 8 minutes? And these 8 minutes are every day. That millions of years is only one day, once. So these things, I mean, slowly it will come. Only things certain, I mean, what you say, things which have to be sorted out is like electric charging stations and all that. For the time being, we can have it at our home. Wherever anybody is got an independent house, and even the flats, the cellars and all that, they can be installed there. And they can be charged for two-wheelers, especially even four-wheelers also. Now vehicles are coming with a range of 500 plus kilometers. So anybody gets the vehicle charged here. It is something planning it properly. See, today when we go out with a mobile, we don't get it charged in some station. In the night only we plan. Tomorrow I have to go at 8 o'clock for a meeting or 6 o'clock for a meeting. Let me charge overnight, and morning when I go, then we plan it according, and everything goes on, except a few cases where the battery gets down in the between. Otherwise, when we come home, everything is perfect. Battery is charged and again we charge. Similarly, for vehicle also, they'll plan like that. Suppose somebody has to go for a tour at 5 o'clock in the morning. He'll get it charged in the night only, and then he sees that it is charged. It takes some 7 to 8 hours in the slow charging, and fast charging some 1 hour, half an hour to 1 hour like that. So that planning will be done. And then slowly on the way, when he goes, there would be charging stations. And then an app has been developed by Redco, that which will give you the location of the charging station also. Suppose your battery is getting down, then you will get a signal. And with the signal after that, you will get the nearest location of the charging station. So you will be guided by the app. Then you can go to the nearest place and get it charged. So these things slowly they will come, and there will be. And one more thing, certain of the misconceptions which are there. Before I started using the electric vehicle, I used to think that electric vehicles are not very powerful. I'm telling you frankly, maybe they will move with jerks and all that. But that electric vehicle is more powerful than petrol vehicle and very steady. It's an automatic vehicle. And when you travel on the ORR, it is just like you are traveling in the airport, and that when the plane lands, then the smoothness will be there. Very smooth, very nice. It's a pleasure, noiseless. So today, with this now, apart from the government, which is very good thing which has been done, the concessions, geos, policies which have come out, we should also take up such awareness programs for the public in which very simple terms we should explain to them that how it should be. I remember when I was a collector, another collector of another district, my senior, he said that estimates which he prepared for the work, I mean, if you put it on the board, public will not be able to understand. So he said, let's prepare people's estimates. Like in this road, so many bags of cement has been used, so many bags of sand has been used, so many bricks have been used in this building. Similarly, here also, people-friendly awareness, consumer-friendly awareness should be taken up so that they should be able to understand how much money you are using, how much you'll get back, how much you do savings, how much time it will take, these type of things. Then definitely everybody will use the EV, and a day will come with all the vehicles will be electric vehicles, and there'll be a lot of this thing. I was reading in this somewhere that if 50% of vehicles are made EV, this will happen. I forget about 50, even 10% are made EV today. It will make a great change. And while coming, I could see one vehicle with green number plate. I was so thrilled. Okay, at least somebody has come to this seminar with the green number plate, EV vehicle. So slowly, I think after some time in the next seminar, which probably will be done after a year, all the vehicles will be with green number plates. We should hope that, right? So with this, we thank ASCI for organizing such a beautiful and nice program, and also thanks Shri Jayasanjan Garu, who has taken real pains in seeing that the policies have come out and which is helping everybody to adopt the EV vehicles and make a better place to live in, because the climate and environment will become much better after using this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunil Sharma ji, for your very relevant remarks. I would now like to invite Ms. Deepa Bagaye, Country Head, Natural Resources Defence Council's India Program, to give her remarks.
Thank you, Charu. And thank you, Jayesh and Sunil ji, for the very insightful remarks you have made, and which have run the gamut from policy to practice. I'm also very grateful to my very dear friend sitting here, and with whom my association goes back a long way. We have, as I was saying earlier, been partners in many crimes. And now I'm happy that we are all here together to undo some of those damages, because we have used electricity recklessly. We have used many things recklessly in the past. So I think this is a very good and important time. I have to thank Rajkiran for having helped us put this together. And of course, I have to thank NRDC, which I have joined recently, which is an international NGO which works in this space of making the planet a better place to work in. I'm delighted at having this opportunity to be here in one of my favorite cities in this country. One of the things that marks out Hyderabad, and particularly Telangana, is the forward-looking vision which people like yourselves who are sitting here, the people who have led this state and are leading the state and continue to work together to make it what it is, coupled with a very strong forward-looking political vision, which you can see. I mean, as you land at the airport and you drive into Hyderabad, you see the changes. I mean, I'm coming here after 4 or 5 years, and the difference is visible. It is in that spirit that we have gathered here today to make sure that some of the challenges which Jayesh Ranjan ji has highlighted and some of the benefits which Sunil ji have pointed out can become absolutely endemic and all around us, and we can take advantage and enjoy them. But one question I want to sort of ask, and also to point out from a personal experience, is how many of us remember that our cars used to stop sometimes, or the Jeep, we used to use the Jeep at that time because petrol khatam ho gaya. And then we would wait, somebody would come, jerry can used to be sent to some nearby place. I served in Bundelkhand region for many years in the early part of my career. There were very few fuel stations there. And we used to always first keep one jerry can in the back of the car to make sure that we could deal with these eventualities, because It was not a place where it had too many cars and jeeps, and therefore not too many petrol stations, too many filling stations. But how times have changed. Now, when I leave from Delhi to go to Lucknow, I'm from the UP cadre to the capital city. There is a wonderful 6-lane highway. There is the filling stations are more like, they have restaurants and shops, and it is actually a very pleasant experience to even stop there. So what I'm saying is that with the changing times and with the adoption of new technology and innovation, our world around us has changed so much. I mean, today I'm sitting here with this cell phone. We are here connected with California and China offices of NRDC and some other parts of the world. People are listening to what we are saying and will give us the ideas of how they are working. When I was posted in Jhansi, my telephone, we used to have one person who was called telephone duty operator in the residence and in the office. I used to first tell him that go to the telephone exchange, tell them to plug in, and then I would pick up the phone and then I would say, okay, I need to talk to so-and-so person. Of course, what was very interesting was when I did have that conversation and managed to connect, my husband, who we had not got married by then, so he was still not my husband. He was posted in Manipur. So when I used to have to talk to him, the telephone operator, first the cycle used to go to the telephone operator and tell him to connect. Then the telephone operator would say, Madam, Kanpur lag gaya. Then, Acha, Calcutta pickup ho gaya hai. Manipur ho gaya, Imphal aa gaya. So the connection would be made. I would have a short conversation. Next morning, that telephone guy would come to me and say, Madam, baat ho gayi thi. And then bring some application for an arms license or something in front of me. So the whole environment and ecosystem keeps changing as we evolve. The challenges at each stage are different and very, very important. What is happening now in this EV space, as both Jayesh and Sunil have pointed out, is that we need to actually move very fast in this area. I think Upendra also mentioned that the regulatory side is extremely important to ensure that it happens. Otherwise, what will happen is, irrespective of the regulation, irrespective of the government, like it happened in the software industry or in so many other industries, the private sector and the need of the public to do this will simply take over. And then we will be handling a space which is somewhat more chaotic and difficult to manage. So we have to be one step ahead of the game. I mean, I've been talking here to my colleagues, and for electric vehicles, one end of the spectrum is, abhi to hum nahi lenge because I don't know kya ho raha hai, pata nahi gaadi kahin beech mein ruk jaye. You know, what is that situation? And that was exactly my situation 2 years back, till I sat in an electric vehicle and I was shocked by the level of noiselessness in that vehicle. I was like, is this actually moving or not? It was so silent. And then, of course, the beauty of it was that it cost 1 rupee. Whereas when I was filling diesel into my Innova, which I bought after getting posted in India, every time I pay 3,900 rupees to get the petrol, get the diesel tank full kara lo. And then I see my husband's electric vehicle and he's paying nothing. And he's got it like, you know, because of his office, and I'm paying from my own pocket. So it really hurts me. So I have decided that my next vehicle is definitely going to be an electric vehicle. It's not only me, my mother, who is 90 years old, who only has one trip to make every day. She goes from the house to the temple. And she says that, and she comes back from the temple every day, one time. She says, beta, agli gaadi to electric hi lenge, isme to ek hi rupya lagta hai. So there is actually a movement where people want to make this change, but the challenges are also very real and we can't wish them away. We can't say, theek hai, it will happen on its own, because if it happens on its own, it's going to be quite problematic. One of the examples of this problematic part of it, which I saw myself, like I think Sunilji was mentioning about the solar power and about greening the grid so that the power with which you charge your vehicle is also green. So we put up a rooftop solar in my house. My bill used to come to around 12,000, same story as Sunil's. And now it is down to 2,000-3,000. But I live in a private colony where there are several houses. So 23 of us got together and negotiated with the solar supplier. So we got very good rate and everything. But the problem came with the electricity department, with the DISCOM. First, they were not ready to do the net metering. Some excuse or the other. Finally, we got it done. Then some other problems. Sometimes it's not noted. Sometimes the bill is not coming right. Now it has settled down. And the DISCOM person said that, Madam, ye to aapne bada acha kiya, 23 ghar ho gaye. Now, when you have in our area, there will be 150 houses in that development. So we are hoping that all 150 put solar rooftop. He said, Madam, yes, 150 ghar lag jayenge, to hum log ka kya hoga? How will we manage to balance our books? We have employees here who are doing all this work. They've been here for, for their lifetimes. So those are all complex issues that need to be considered by this ecosystem. The policy side of things, for which very, very competent people are sitting here today and are going to be the leaders in this space, can show us the way. What is interesting is that with the world becoming a smaller place, we have, like I said, California on call. We have other countries who are doing this. For a family emergency, I had to be in Germany for 3 months just recently. I was so surprised to see along the road many EV stations with absolutely no infrastructure as such, just the pipe and then, fancy car like BMW and Mercedes, which is of course common in Germany because they are German cars, just plugging in and paying with a card. And that is interoperable. They can use that card anywhere all over Germany to pay for the electric charging. What is happening now in India is or at least I know from the experience which I have personally in my own home, is that my husband has an electric vehicle. He has put an electric charger at home. There are some other people who live in my colony who have also got electric chargers. They have just put the charging station on a tree outside. Like our charging station is on a tree because it's connected with our electricity. And our electricity is, of course, connected with our solar power. So everybody is doing what they think is necessary on their own. Some degree of well thought out, careful regulation, which is practical, convenient, and actually supports both industry and the consumer and provides the win-win solution is what we are really looking for. I hope that this meeting, where we have people from because the DISCOMs are also in a very unique and challenging position, because this whole movement of EVs might overtake them in a way that might create a lot of problems. But on the other hand, this could be an opportunity. So how to convert these challenges to opportunities, I think, is what this meeting is all about, and what our few succeeding meetings should be about, so that we can very quickly and conveniently provide the space, the policy, the financing, technology, and the solutions that are needed from the point of view of spatial planning, from the point of view of financing, and from the point of view of technology to make this a reality. Because the EV revolution is here already. Some of us will be late adopters. Some of us will be early adopters. The early adopters are now seeing that new technologies are coming, new changes are coming. And some of them are saying, okay, I'll wait and watch. But it's not something that will go away. This is like when the iPhone came, a lot of people said, oh, what is this? This is nothing. And that this is just fancy for people who want to show off and that kind of thing. Whereas Steve Jobs said at that time that I'm going to give you a product which you didn't even know that you needed. And now an iPhone is something which most of us would love to have. And in any case, a smartphone is something which everyone practically needs. I mean, it is absolutely everywhere. So that sort of thing is bound to happen. It is up to us to be ready for it. I actually just want to end by quoting a couplet from, I'm from Lucknow, and this is Hyderabad, another city of Urdu lovers. So a famous poet who lives in Bareilly, Wasim Barelvi, he said this, and this is so relevant for us. मैं जब से चला हूं मेरी मंजिल पे नजर है. मैं जब से चला हूं मेरी मंजिल पे नजर है. That is, my destination is what I am seeing. राह में कभी मील का पत्थर नहीं देखा. So now if we keep looking at the milestones, it will actually be too late for us. So we have to look at the target and move quickly, fast, efficiently. मैं जब से चला हूं मेरी मंजिल पे नजर है, राह में कभी मील का पत्थर नहीं देखा. तो अब मील का पत्थर देखना हम लोग बंद कर दें, and let us just move forward with all the speed and efficiency and the smartness of the people who are sitting here and the vision of this wonderful state, and take this to a new level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepa. With this, we will conclude the inauguration session. Deepa, I would request you to please hand over mementos to Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji and Shri Sunil Sharma ji.
You request Anusha.
This.
Thank you, everyone. We'll break for tea and coffee for 10 minutes and resume after this for the plenary. And thank you to all our panelists for joining us for the inauguration session. Thank you, Upendra sir, for joining us virtually.
Thank you.
I would request everyone to please come back to the main hall. We'll resume in a minute. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We will start with the plenary session now on sustainable scale-up of electric mobility and related infrastructure. I would now like to invite Ms. Deepa Bagai, who will be the plenary chair. The plenary participants, Mr. S.K. Joshi, who has served as Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, apart from various other senior administrative positions in the government. As Secretary, Principal Secretary, and Special Chief Secretary, he handled the departments of IT, Irrigation, and Command Area Development, MAUD, Energy, Medical, and Health, as well as Revenue. He also had 9-year stint in the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change in 2 spells. Welcome, sir. I would now like to invite Shri Ajay Mishra, who is serving as Director General of the Renewable Energy Society of India, RESI. Between 2016 and 2020, Shri Ajay Mishra served as the Special Chief Secretary, Energy Department in the Telangana government. During this period, Telangana emerged as a leading state in the country for initiatives in solar energy sector, total generation of approximately 3,000 plus megawatts and more than 100 megawatts of solar rooftop projects with some of the highlights. Welcome to the conference, sir. I would now like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Anil Kaushik, who is currently working as Additional General Manager, Business Development in NTPC subsidiary NTPC Vidyut Vyapar Nigam Limited. For the last 5 years, he has been leading the e-mobility initiatives in NVVN. He's an electrical engineer with 30 years of experience in NTPC in various domains. Welcome to our conference, sir. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Sabyasachi Patnaik, who's the country lead and director at Oracle Energy and Water, O-Power, and is responsible for Oracle's utility solutions and shaping regulatory and legislative policy that advances utility investment in technology and innovation. Welcome to the conference, Mr. Patnaik. And our last speaker for the day, for this session is Ms. Pramoda Gode, who's a civil engineer by qualification and an urban transportation planner with close to 15 years of international consulting and research experience, and has worked extensively with the government leaders, urban planning bodies, and transit agencies in US, India, and Africa to build sustainable urban transportation systems. Welcome to the panel, Pramoda. Lovely to have you. With this, we will begin the plenary.
Thank you, everyone, for coming back in time. Firstly, many apologies that we have not kept to the time. All of us spoke more than we should. There is a problem when one has the microphone in one's hand. So I'll just quickly ask the question and put the microphone down. So the first question that I have to ask is from Mr. Joshi. He's a dear friend, and I value deeply his experience and his knowledge and his learnings. So the question that was raised by Jayesh with regard to the fact that why, despite so many things happening, why is implementation of the policy and adoption of the policy taking so long and is becoming such a challenge?
Thank you, Deepa, for inviting me for this very important consultation. I will say there are 3 I's which are very important. One is, once infrastructure is there, people will adopt this. Second is initiative. And third is innovative financing. I will explain just briefly 2 minutes. There are policies and policies, national level, state level. But what we do, we think that we will give this subsidy, we will give this concession, but we don't think about the major issues. Major issues are innovative financing. If a vehicle costs 10,000 to 10 lakhs rupees more, how to fund that gap? Second thing is about technology. My friend was saying that people are not very sure next year the better technology will come. So all those things have to be kept in mind. So instead of purchasing, I would say leasing the vehicle. If a scooter is to be purchased and next year better scooter comes, retrofitting will be there. And unless we create that kind of entire ecosystem, there is a need is well felt, automatically it will take over. It may take 10 years to reach to the level, but with proper efforts, we can make it exponential growth. That is my submission.
Thank you so much. And I think we will make very careful note of these things because the financing part, I think we are missing quite a lot in our discussions, focusing much more on the policy.
Yes, any number of policies, and all of us know what is the result of those policies. I, being part of government, I should not say, but more than policies are needed in this direction.
Now to Ajay, who's again got a wealth of experience. And what is interesting about Ajay is that his experience is both technical and practical, and he's one of the people with his feet firmly on the ground. So it's very important for us to listen to what someone like him has to say. And the question that I have for him is that utilities will play a very important role in this moving the e-mobility market. Now, what is the role that utilities must play in moving towards this change and EV charging infrastructure and all these challenges and issues?
Thank you, Deepaji. First of all, I'll say most of the public utilities, I'm talking about DISCOMs in the country, will not be proactive in taking steps which are not immediately financially viable for EV or any new venture. First, this comes out of experience. 5 years back, in this state, as overseeing the public utilities, I had requested them to put up few EV charging stations on a non-profitable, loss-making venture, I'll say, as a social responsibility. I told them also, this word also. But I was not able to convince them to put in their own premises where the cost would have been less. Reasons, number game, all of you will be knowing better through published material. Second, how the DISCOMs have to come into picture more than what it is. Every electric vehicle is a new additional customer for the DISCOM. He has to be welcomed by the DISCOM. Unfortunately, it is not happening presently. First, linked with that, what Joshi ji said, the mindset has to change not only in welcoming the customer, but also to make EV as a resource for the DISCOM. That will require some innovation, some new thinking, some new direction, which unfortunately, if I can say, they are busy with their day-to-day work and not able to have focus on that. So how, I'm repeating, how the EV can be made as a resource for the DISCOM. What DISCOM is preoccupied with. Presently, many things are being subsidized for the renewable energy sector by the public utilities. We are not facing the financial, the DISCOMs are not facing the financial, but in the days to come, they have to invest in upgradation of the grid. It is a costly affair. I have not come across the number game for Indian scenario, but for the US scenario, the numbers projected are from 1700 USD to 5,700 USD per vehicle is the cost of grid upgradation for the number of few million vehicles to come in the next 10 years. How many DISCOMs in our country, given their financial position for different reasons, will be wholeheartedly willing to invest in this? That is a challenge. As Joshi ji said, innovative means of financing for the discom sector also has to come. When it comes, that is a thing to be seen by all of us. And here I will give a personal narration in 2 minutes time. See, 3 months back, I decided to purchase a vehicle for my house. There was conversation between my daughter and my son. I had given my verdict before that 5 years back itself that whenever we buy a vehicle for the house, after the government vehicle goes, will be a EV. So they knew my view. But these two kids, 30 years age approximately, one was in favor and one was against the EV. Reasons are well known, see. And the final thing, which when I was advocating the EV vehicle, my son said, "Dad, you have been saying the same thing for last 5 years. But what is the public infrastructure for the charging?" So that weighed in favor of, unfortunately, a fossil fuel vehicle. So see, timing is also important. If today I have to book a vehicle in this city, an electric vehicle, I have to wait for 6 to 9 months. By that time, a new model will come. And I have seen few friends of mine not being able to purchase a vehicle because the new model has come and they have to wait for more time. Two-wheelers have been more popular. 90% market share is of 2 and 3 wheelers. I was advised by a EV battery company friend. He said, "Sir, wait for next year. Safety and other aspects need some time to be stabilized because you are taking it for your own thing." They are selling thousands of vehicles with batteries. So, see, for example, battery, he advised me. He said, "I can tell you that battery is stable for this vehicle, which is the costliest vehicle in the market, two-wheeler. But why you should go for the costliest vehicle? When in 6 months' time, you will get a better product, not a new brand, new variation." So these are some of the challenges. We are a very cost-conscious society. We have to be. Most of the societies are like that. Today, when it comes to why four-wheelers are not coming into the market, are not that number game, few of us have done the number gaming. If your electric vehicle has to run for minimum this many kilometers per day or this many kilometers per month, then it is worthwhile paying the extra cost for that range of vehicle, that facilities which you get fossil fuel, the additional cost. Today, very few people are able to spend more than 20 lakh for a vehicle. A decent EV vehicle comes for 20 lakh. How many people are willing to this thing? Only now, in next few months, a EV vehicle with less than 5 lakhs is coming into the market. See, that will change the scenario slightly because the range is a limitation there. It is only, I think, up to the basic model starts from 120 to 200 kilometers. For 4.87 is what is the published rate of that vehicle, lakhs. But before this, all the vehicles, the basic vehicles were 11, 12 lakhs, and which your kid will like, it is above 20 lakhs. So at one level, for the ideal, we should be willing to forego more. But how many of us will do that? For the discoms also, similar issues are there. I have a final word for the discoms. Many of the discoms have provisions in place. They are not implementing for different reasons or implementing at different speeds the provisions which should help the adoption of EVs. And I will say only one final thing. This year only, Government of India has come up with some guidelines for EV adoption. One of the things is open access for charging infrastructure. Very few states, they have it in the policy, but not implementing. So once they start with this, things will be faster. Thank you.
Very good, practical, from the ground ideas and suggestions. So, like you said, about the new vehicle which is coming out, which is cheaper and which has got a limited range. So people like my mother who don't want to invest a lot of money in a new car, but just need to go for short distance, she will prefer that. But my brother is saying that we are giving her a vehicle, she will buy that. But is it safe enough for her? Like, what is the stability of that? It's a new vehicle. So many questions and myths are still there. And I think this was something that was already said, that in very simple terms, much more public awareness about this is also needed. And of course, the role of DISCOMs here is very critical. And we are talking about this side, but not really thinking so hard about how this is affecting the DISCOMs and how they should be prepared for this new revolution. So that really is my question to Mr. Kaushik. It's a nice segue what Ajay has said into getting your response to this question, basically, that what can DISCOMs do and how can they get themselves ready for a faster rollout of EVs, because it's something that will and should happen, but this is something that's coming in the way.
Good afternoon. Thanks, ASCI, for arranging such kind of discussion and giving me the opportunity to express my opinion on this regard. Being part of NTPC and talking about DISCOM is like preaching something to my elder brother. So would not like to preach too much on that. But if see worldwide what is happening, 80% of the charging will happen at home. Now, if you say that thing is going to happen, it raises the basic question, at home, are the DISCOMs ready to serve that customer? They have to take it as an opportunity, because EV vehicles come with basic model, which is not present in an IC vehicle, that they can be charged at home. For a petrol station, for an IC vehicle, somebody has to go to a petrol pump to get serviced. But for an EV, you have the opportunity of serving that customer at his home. So surety of business is always there from you. If you don't get that grab that opportunity will be grabbed by a public charging infrastructure provider, which will be a commercial entity on commercial basis. Now, when we talk about domestic charging, as compared to domestic charging, any public charging infrastructure provider has to incur some additional costs, which DISCOM definitely has as an advantage when you're serving an already existing customer. All home chargings are slow charging networks. Typical rating right now of an onboard charger is not exceeding 5 kilowatt. We assume that a customer who is purchasing an electric vehicle right now will definitely have a 5 kilowatt connection at his home. That is basic requirement. He will having that much flat or forward. Now, only thing is that we have to give him incentive to use that, consume that energy when you are having surplus of it. Utilize the same infrastructure, because right now the volumes are low. Volumes are low. That means that provides you an opportunity to experiment. Whatever you are going to do, if that model fails, it doesn't work out, you have invested in very few part of it. With the existing infrastructure, if you are able to provide that customer an incentive to use the charging facility at a time when you are either energy surplus or his vehicle is available for charging in the night time or in lean hours. The vehicles are coming with a range of around 250 kilometers. That means that vehicle will be charged once a week only. Otherwise, he can run the vehicle. The vehicle is getting plugged only 10 hours in a week, not more than that. So if you provide him an incentive that where you want to utilize that vehicle and what time of day you want to utilize, you are not going to lose this customer. You have to grab that customer so that till the vehicle is there, he's already always charging the vehicle at home. So I think that is the philosophy. Only the incremental cost which you are incurring for providing them that connection should be charged to that, and that customer will never move out of your. That's an opportunity, I should say, for the discounts.
And you think this holds true for two-wheelers and three-wheelers? That's also
For the
a question.
two-wheelers, it's even simpler. For the two-wheeler, if you are able to provide just 15 amp conventional power point with suitable protections, I should say. Right now, the government has provided those Bluetooth-enabled charging points. That part is we are already talking about. He will always charge the vehicle at his home. 80 kilometers, if he can two-wheeler, if he can run in a single charge, the vehicle would be charged at his home only. That's.
I will.
Say, you have made a very valid point. Question is, DISCOMs, they neither have any incentive nor disincentive to do. So they are absolutely not interested. Suppose forget about two-wheeler or four-wheeler. You purchase a new fridge or new appliance, DISCOM will very well give the connection. You can put in a plug in your device, air conditioner. DISCOMs are willing to do. There is no incentive or disincentive for DISCOM to supply this additional customer.
No, just 1 minute. See, what Anil Kaushik ji said, it is reiterated by a study which has been done this year in Delhi. See, Delhi has the maximum number of EVs as on today, about 9 to 10% of the total country. As per a quantitative study done in Delhi, 90% of the four-wheelers owners are charging at home only. Very few people are going to the charging station, though they have about 1,700 charging stations in Delhi, the highest number as on now. Similarly, for the two-wheelers also, they are not using, most of the time, they are only using it for what is called top-up. That is only, see, for half an hour. Because during the daytime for the business, he can't afford to be stationary for 1 hour. When business comes, it is a question of minutes. So up to 3 years back, I used to give a different example, which is not relevant today, that Mahindra Reva vehicles are in operation for last more than 15, 20 years in Bangalore city. At that time, the number used to be few thousand, and there was no public charging system in. But public charging has to come for long distance. But city, it's only the top-up which people will require. And one of the solutions which is likely to come, that is futuristic, is like we have for the mobile phone, the additional battery, power pack. So power packs are likely to come. Some companies are into that research and bringing that product. So power packs will come for our two-wheeler and four-wheelers also. So that is the innovation which is likely to come. When it reaches the financial tipping point, that is to be seen. Thank you.
Very interesting observations and real food for thought. Now, taking this to a little different level, what about grid management? Now, that's something which we thought you might have some ideas about, if that's an area where we can get some thoughts from you.
That's right. What I'll try to do is step back what all the honorary gentlemen and ma'am you have told, and the distinguished ceremony also talked about. We feel, I represent Oracle OPAR, and we are the solution provider for the utilities. And in US, we feel, along with, as Mr. Sir said, we feel the customer as the resource. And that's kind of, the utility plays as the fulcrum of all the activities around not only EV, but we are talking much more broader than that of decarbonization. We are talking about clean energy, grid management, as ma'am, you very rightly said, and that's where the utility comes in and plays the most important role in providing that information to the registered customer, when to charge, how to charge, and where to charge. And this had been proven, this has been done. I mean, I'm not using this as a sales pitch, but we have done that in many utilities in US, where, as sir, you have very rightly said about kind of, developing an app. So it is like in one of those Northeast utility, Baltimore, I can kind of tell you that. That's where we are kind of, in the same app of the utility. What we have integrated is the consumer gets to know. First of all, it's like, when a consumer, when consumers goes and for an EV, it's an experience. So it has been through us, the utility sends an kind of, welcome letter saying that welcome to the cleaner world. I mean, that gives them kind of, a joy kind of thing. And then and empowering them to be a partner in terms of, because there is a TOD tariff. So there is like, load curve where the utility prompts them, where is the right time where they can get the benefits, the cheapest power, whether it is house or the public infrastructure. And that's how the public infrastructure also grows in, like, I mean, that's like, let's say there is like, solar push during the day, and there is a kind of, green energy which is available, and the car is in the vicinity of near to his or her office, that can be charged, or kind of, near to where they are in an off-peak hour. So that's how the grid management plays a very vital role in this aspect, in this kind of, the root of EV kind of, and as Mr. Ranjan has talked about, like, very important thing is about the people interaction. And that is what we feel, that until unless they are empowered, they're being kind of, brought into the game where they are the actual user of these EVs, until unless they see the value, which then kind of, cascades to the manufacturers, to the public kind of, charging facility, and most importantly to the utility for a better grid management off peak. And that's how they can kind of, manage its load, their power purchased from the high, from the market on a higher value. And that's where the technology comes in. I mean, and there are certain cases which I can kind of, talk about, is the app also helps to let kind of, the EV owner know how far it can go. I mean, like, yes. So like, it has traveled maybe some odd 50 kilometers, whether it can go, and what are the nearest spot of charging where it can be. So these are the technology intervention which would help the EV kind of, owner, and the utility for a better grid management and a better satisfaction. That's would be my kind of, take.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful to know that this kind of resource is available here with us, and we can leverage that and use it to answer some of the challenges which were posed in the earlier session, and which we are, constantly battling with. So I think that's the suggestions you've made and the ideas that you've given are in the line of sort of working on this incentive, disincentive type of developing it further, so that DISCOMs are engaged in that way and customers are also engaged in that way, so that the client experience is also something where it is a very different kind of a dynamic than we are seeing at the moment. And now I have a question for Pramoda. And my question to her is, what do you think then, after listening to all this and the morning session, what are some of these innovative approaches that Telangana could use and accelerate the deployment of chargers across the state, whether it is home charging or public charging, or what can be the modalities, and what does the future look like, and how we can accelerate that future?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. A lot has already been said on this topic. And I think I want to share one key statistic that personally hit me very strong. That is, any investment of public funds that goes into EV charging reaps 6 times more adoption in EVs than if you were just going to simply give it as purchase subsidies. So I think currently, right now, Telangana doesn't have any fiscal incentives for setting up EV charging infrastructure. So, when it is time to relook at the policy, I think it's really important to see how that money is spent, where it'll be, bang for the buck, if I might use that term. The Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council, which is ZEVTC, which India is a partner of, has estimated that for India, we need about 300,000 public charging points just for light-duty vehicles. Mind you, this is just public charging points for light-duty vehicles. Considering that a lot has been said about 80 to 90% of the charging is going to occur at home, this is the need, this is the challenge that we have ahead of us. And I think the one thing that needs to be done is obviously spatial planning, which I think already NRDC and ASCII have done that for Telangana, have identified 1,300 charging locations where chargers are needed. I think the next thing that could be done is, as a part of the tendering process, these charging points can be grouped into, tranches or, bundles, depending on, geographic contiguity or depending upon equitable distribution or economic viability or even administrative pipelining, so that there is, a proper distribution of these charging points across the city and across the region. So that's one thing that could be done. And the other thing also, I think, is the process, the tendering process, or the actual implementation shouldn't be very restrictive or very prescriptive in terms of distribution between AC, DC, battery swapping. That will give them the flexibility to adapt with technology and adapt also with the needs of their customers. So I think the focus should be on how many customers are being served, how many kilowatt is being, delivered. Because that is the key term to define public charging, is how much kilowatt is being delivered. When it comes to private charging, we look at the number of charging points. So, pure, because a private charging point is always suitable to the private owner of EV. So I think that sort of a nuance needs to be brought in. And also, the charging point operators should be allowed to have, additional revenue streams, might it be through advertising or any other forms, right, to make it more viable. And so that this viability gap funding can be, supplemented through other means. And even through the process of bidding, things like, minimum years and being in the business, minimum turnover, these are all the things that, most of the startups, right, who are in this space, they don't have that, right? So obviously that sort of sensitivities should also be built into the process. So.
Thanks a lot, Pramoda. Those are very interesting points. Now, I would just like to turn back to the panel to ask them, each of them, that what is, if you have to make one recommendation that Telangana should be doing right now, what would that one recommendation be for the, for actually encouraging the adoption and the taking forward of this EV revolution?
A very interesting question. If one recommendation has to be made, I will say replace all government vehicles with EV. That single recommendation will ensure that message is loud and clear.
That's such a good point. Actually, PMO has apparently just ordered some 35 vehicles. And now every ministry in Government of India is saying, humko EV, jaldi do, jaldi do, jaldi do.
All issues of subsidy, all issues of policy, all issues of charging stations, everything we resolved.
I think it was 4 years back. 5th June is the Global Environment Day. On that day, 10, if I remember, electric vehicles were flagged off in a good, well-organized function in the city. After 2 years, I asked the organizers, those vehicles are not in running situation, not because of technology, because of different factors. I feel I'll differ. one thing which is to be done is implementation of net metering in a time-bound fashion by the state discoms, coupled with open access and third party. Rest, the market will take care. That is my thing, because for 4 years when I was there in the government, this question and request used to come from that side to me. I used to somehow give some answer which was not to my satisfaction also. But if these two coupled things are done, market will take care of itself. And there are innovations or new practices which will not require any support from the government. Sorry.
I think the point is already covered, sir. What I would request is that when we talk about open access, the biggest challenge with the public charging is that unpredictability in the forecasting for any public charging station. Now, here comes the challenge that instead open access is good. You can bring in power, but provide them the facility of net metering so that your tariffs are aligned when you are energy surplus. Promote charging in that time. That will take care of many other things. Grid management, when you are energy surplus, promote charging during that time. And the cost of energy through renewable source right now is much cheaper. So that will enable that transition to cleaner mobility, I should say, that in itself will provide, because any public charging station will have a limited step, and every charging station cannot have a solar rooftop. What you can provide them, that whatever energy you are consuming, have a suitable tie-up from sourcing it from somebody else, from a clean energy source, and there will not be any DSM mechanism, DSM penalties on that. So that's net metering concept. So that takes care of the policy part. I think government has to limit themselves only to the policy part. Rest everything market will take care.
That's a really good point. Yes.
I would say what I have been saying, the intervention of the technology, like, making use of it, making as helpful as for the adaptability, for the awareness, there is apps, and that's where the utility would have to play a very vital role. Besides, we have been always talking about the supply side, but then we have to talk about the demand side, and that's where the technology intervention would play a very, very vital role in pushing and promoting. Thank you.
Coming last, I believe in simple solutions to complex challenges. And I think coming from that thought process, I think many people have expressed today that there is still lack of awareness on EVs, even in a highly educated panel like here, right? In our own families, we face those challenges. So when it comes to somebody who's from them, in disadvantaged economic background, they don't have access to Google or access to information like we do. So I think a clear and very effective and honest campaign, media campaign, I think will go a great length. It could include things like an EV experience center, right? Not many people even in this crowd probably have experienced an EV, right? I mean, why can't we just make a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, available for people to experience it? Simple sessions with stakeholders, or, simple sessions with, general public as to, to answer those questions. Why can't we have ads in the media? UK has done a very crisp and simple 10-page document that is all over the national news, and everywhere it's available to people, which talks, in very simple terms about, it gives 17 or 18 points, the common questions that's been done at a national level. So something like that, and that applies not only to Telangana, but every region, every, government in India. So I think that irrespective of whether we do all of these things, I think we should have a very, nobody should be left with that question, right? What is an EV? So I think that's something that we should do.
Excellent points here. So now I turn to the audience here, the participants in this workshop. So how many of you have actually had the EV experience in any different way? If you could just raise your hands. So you are right that even in a hall of this level who are participating in this kind of seminar, we do have very few people who have actually had that experience. So I think those are all the steps that we need to take to make sure that this EV revolution that we are talking about actually happens. And now I think I'll give the opportunity to the audience if there's anyone, any question from there or any suggestion or idea. Yes. Okay, these two. First hand up. If there's any lady, I would like to give any other hand. Anyway, let's start. Yes.
Hello. We talked about the net metering. What is happening? That another recommendation is that to have 25% of your parking slots with the EV charging facility. An organization which is willing to do that, but his net metering capacity is limited to only 1 megawatt. Suppose IT campuses and all here, they got space available. They are willing to build 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 megawatt of power, but their net metering is restricted. Only they will get that facility only when you have up to 1 megawatt. If that is changed, now it will help.
I'll just, for that only I mentioned open access. See,
Open access also, it's not so easy to get in Telangana.
that's what I'm saying. See, the policy is there, but the implementation is not there. I'm pointing to same thing which you are telling.
Good afternoon. I'm Alwala. It was a nice session where we are hearing a lot of inputs from various eminent speakers. The question is that if the agenda or the minutes of meeting goes to government of Telangana, I want to raise voice as one of the players from EV industry. Let us have one nation with one EV policy. If we have policy, 90% of the problems what we are discussing will be solved automatically. Okay, the biggest challenge is that we have multiple policies in different states. That has to be addressed first. Okay, and if we are talking about EV placements, we are talking about EV experience. If you look at EV revolution, how it has happened in India, it has started with three-wheelers. About 15 lakhs of three-wheelers are flying in country and 90% are in Northern India. Unfortunately, they have been not allowed in this part of country. If we can have one EV policy, one nation, most of the problems what you discussed will be resolved. And you can correct me.
Thank you very much. Very interesting political economy questions also. And then we have question coming from you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Somebody is already asked.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Enthusiast EV. I have a very small question. There is a awareness in people, but the problem, everybody thinks that awareness is not there, but now that awareness is there, there is no proper framework for people to be the right users or the appropriate users of electrical vehicles or any other sustainable issues that we are dealing with. And also another question from my end is there a chance if Telangana government can issue a GO to ensure 50% of all government purchases in the future would be EVs? Thank you.
I am talking about 100%. No. Hey, I will elaborate the point made earlier. One by one I will. Different today, more than a dozen states have tariff for EV. And the range is ₹4 per unit to ₹7 per unit. So that itself is a big variation between different states. See, government can go for electric vehicles, but I told the example of 4 years back. And things are not much different today. Electric vehicles, like the public in this room, I'm not trying to divert, will come when the government realizes it is useful for them. Let me be very clear. Government is also cost conscious. Today, cost conscious is the main thing. We can at one level, see, for example, when it started 3 years back, leasing model, a similar vehicle, EV, will cost 44,000 per month, including the driver and charging. In the fossil fuel vehicle, the range is 27 to 30,000. How many, including the government, will be willing to give that much extra money for an EV cost? See, that is a basic question. It applies for the government also. We can say, see, dreaming, yes, everything should be electric. It will never be electric. Our aim, our target for 2030 is 30% of EV vehicles. We'll be happy if we can achieve that. We'll be happy.
I would like to add to what Ajay said. See, each government is saddled with heavy petroleum fuel bills. I think electricity consumption, whether it's 4 rupees or 7 rupees per unit, will be far, far more cheaper than diesel or petrol, number one. Number two, all the mechanic IC engine requires a lot of maintenance. Electric vehicle is very simple, straightforward. There is no question of. So if government does not realize importance EV vehicle, I said why 100% should be government vehicle should be converted, because you gave the example of 5 or 10 or 20 vehicles. That is not a very solid sample which can work. If you take 100% vehicle in a time-bound manner, I am sure all implementation issues will be resolved. So, I mean, if government is not convinced, then we are wasting our time here.
That is such a good point. And what Ajay says has its own merits, and we can sort of think about these. But this is exactly the point of this workshop, to bring forward all these ideas. And I would now urge all the experts who are here, and NRDC and ASCI to actually take these points very seriously and actually help us to find the answers to them, which are convenient, which are viable, which are adoptable and adapted to the circumstances of this country and to the political economy. Because there may be an ideal situation that one nation, one policy. What are the challenges in that? How can we look at some of those things? I mean, we are looking at one sun, one grid globally. So there are many ways of looking at these things, and there are many problems and challenges ahead of us, which we have to turn into opportunities. Because this is something that I think what Joshi ji just pointed out, that the cost, not only the money cost, but the cost of using fossil fuels is so high for this world that we have to think of alternatives. So with that, I would really like to thank all of you and really encourage all of you to think deeply about these questions and to become agents of change yourself in a very meaningful and positive way. Yes, okay, but absolutely last. Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, hello.
So then two. Yours and then one more.
No, it's not a question, ma'am. It's a submission from all the DISCOMs. Actually, I'm a part of Maharashtra State Electricity Board. I'm a member of DISCOM. I'm working in this sector since 4 years. I attended so many seminars, conferences, and always we talk about the role of utilities. Okay. What rightly sir said, there is no any incentives or anything available for the DISCOMs. No policy has mentioned, means kisi bhi state ka, no, not a single state has mentioned anything for DISCOMs to develop the EV structure. we talk about the one window solution, we talk about the supply should be given because a new technology is coming up and all. But what about the infrastructure which need to be developed to give the connection to the EVCS? And there is no fund available with the DISCOMs. I guess it's the with this all over India, the same case. So one policy, one nation is a very good objective, and it should mention the mention about the DISCOMs, what DISCOMs needs to develop this EVCS. That is the irony, actually.
Yes. It is, see, the DISCOMs are a very important player in this, and we have not given them the importance that they need to be given in this ecosystem. So I think that's a very important point. Yes, and this is absolutely the last question.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to ask not a question, but it is a doubt and a suggestion. So just now, ma'am has asked how many of you have experience on EV vehicle. It is that we have only few have raised their hands, and most of them didn't have any experience on EV vehicle. It is the reason that many of the people have doubt is that load bearing capacity of EV vehicle is very low compared to fuel consumption vehicle. See, when we go to the interior city of Hyderabad, like Begum Bazaar, Sidambar Bazaar, many pretty business persons and small business persons, so they roam on the vehicle throughout the day on fuel consumption vehicle. Just when I ask them, why you are not going for a EV vehicle? So they told that it is not load bearing capacity. People put their load by the side of the two sides of the vehicle, putting their oil tins, like bags, etc., etc. So that is the reason today. So people are not willing to buy the EV vehicle as on today also. If the EV vehicle, when it will improvise more and more regarding this load bearing capacity, then I think nearly about 70% of the Hyderabad city will willing to buy the EV vehicle. That's my little suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are lots of sort of questions, doubts, myths around this whole thing, and everybody, right from the consumer to the DISCOM to the EV manufacturer. There are so many people in this ecosystem that we need to bring together and to kind of raise much more awareness and to share the knowledge of each of these partners in this ecosystem. But
the union from the fleet operators, they want to ask one question. Last one from the fleet operator. Yeah, please.
only one question, because I think we are running out of time. We have already taken a lot more time of a lot of people, actually. So, and I'm sorry that we've run this seminar in a way that we already half an hour we have taken extra. So please, if you could restrict yourself.
पहली बात तो था कि जैसे कि हम लोग एज ए गीग वर्कर प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स में बहुत बड़ा सॉरी मैडम, आज के जमाने में आप देख रहे होंगे गीग वर्कर्स के ओला, उबर, स्विगी, ई मोटर व्हीकल भी हो गया। तो हमारा एज ए यूनियंस हम लोग भी create the awareness from the drivers and delivery boys also. But यहाँ पे दिक्कत एक तो जैसा कि हम अभी बात करें कॉस्ट की हो गया, सब्सिडी की हो गई। अगर जब कॉस्ट कम में गिर गया, अगर जब सब्सिडी में मिल गई, अगर जब रिट्रोफिटमेंट में अगर जब गवर्नमेंट हम लोग यूनियन से बॉयज को मोबिलाइज क्रिएट कर सकते। और एक आखिरी, जैसा अभी भी सर ने कहा था, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में 33,000 हायर व्हीकल्स है मैडम, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स यूज करते आने जाने के लिए। अगर जा तेलंगाना गवर्नमेंट अगर जा इंटरेस्टेड है, वी आर रेडी टू सिट टू म्यूचुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग फॉर क्रिएट द ड्राइवर्स टू अवेयरनेस। उन लोग को सबको उसके अंदर कन्वर्ट करने की मैं पूरी कोशिश करता हूँ। अगर जा ये एक नया रोल मॉडल बन के निकल के आया तेलंगाना से।
Final suggestion, it would have been better if some discom for the have a challenge to some level for grid global. Last year, the total electricity used by the vehicles, electric vehicles, was 8080. It is like whatever studies have done now of the user pattern, that of the 7% only in the next. But then the investment required is huge. To come by usage for vacation or so I think in future the question should be if that that's all.
In conversation, and if we had the time, I would have. I still have a lot to talk about, but unfortunately, we have to take fact that we have with that to request Charu to close.
And I just want to add one more point. So we have another panel after this, which in we will have discussions with the utilities, and we have utility representatives. I would now request Ms. Deepa Bagai to hand over the mementos to our panelists. Energy Department, Government of Telangana. In Market Development, Oracle Energy and Water. Consultant, Electric. Come.
Because he'll take first.
Hello? Mona, can you try speaking now?
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you on the laptop. That's great. Can you also switch on your video so we see the video feed is coming through well?
Yeah,
I can see you.
Camera on.
okay. The only thing is earlier when I dialed in, during the live stream, it was very choppy, so I don't know. Hopefully it'll come through okay.
I think so too. Your video and audio is coming perfectly now, so I think it should be fine.
Okay, perfect.
Great. Thank you so much again for doing this at a very, very late hour. I
Oh,
really
no problem. It's my pleasure.
great. Mona, just wanted to inform you, we are running 15 minutes late. So the session
Okay.
is gonna now start at 12:45 a.m. your time.
Okay,
But-
no problem.
But yours is the first presentation. I'll just open the session, ask you to present, and people from here would be like changing slides. So you can give them cue and say next slide, next slide.
Okay,
And they'll be
yeah.
able to change it. And you can leave after your presentation if you want, and the session will continue.
Okay,
Okay, great.
all right.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Talk to you later.
Thanks. We will reconvene in 20 minutes then.
Yep, okay. See you
Great.
then.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you. You are Raghuji.
Raghu.
Yes, Raghuji. Thank you so much. अभी आप सब Thank you, everyone. We will now start with the last and the third session of the day, the technical session on advancing utility engagement in rollout of charging infrastructure. In this session, we will first have 3 presentations, and which will be followed by a panel discussion from utility representatives from different states across India. I will start with the first presentation. The first presentation is by Ms. Mona Yu, Deputy Director, NRDC China Program. And Mona will be sharing the experience of role of utilities from China. Mona is currently the Deputy Director in NRDC's China Program. She leads the efforts in implementing innovative pilots to scale up flexible demand-side resources, connect electrical vehicles to a clean power grid, deepen energy efficiency, and promote stakeholder collaboration to support the rapid transition to a decarbonized power sector in China. Prior to joining NRDC in 2009, Mona focused on delivering energy efficiency, clean technology, and clean energy solutions at Pacific Gas and Electric Company, PG&E, which is another utility in the US, for 17 years. Over to you, Mona. Thank you for joining us at 1 a.m. your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Charu. Hi, everyone. It's my honor to be here.
Mona,
Today
we are not able to hear you.
Oh.
Can we? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We're just sorting out the audio.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And you will be sharing the slides?
Yes, we will be sharing your slides.
Great. Yeah, so today I will be talking about the policy evolution of China's charging infrastructure development, the role of utilities or grid companies in China, and also share with you some of NRDC's work with the grid companies in China. Next slide, please. Basically, China began implementing its industrial policy for new energy vehicles, which include EVs, plug-in hybrids, and fuel cell vehicles more than a dozen years ago, and has made quite impressive gains. And in particular, over the past few years, while the growth of conventional car sales has slowed during the pandemic, EV sales were going quite strong. And new energy vehicle sales has already exceeded 6 million as of November of this year, and with an year-to-date market share of 25%. And the current industry projection for NEV sales is about 80 to 100 million by 2030, and growing in the order of 100 million every 5 years. So the question is, how does the charging infrastructure development compare? And is it keeping up with a fast EV uptake? Next slide, please. China's basic principle for rolling out charging infrastructure has always been to be moderately advanced, or what they call appropriately ahead of the needs. And in the early years, greater emphasis was placed on rolling out public charging infrastructure. But as passenger vehicles EV sales took off, you can see that the share of private chargers has also increased. And through June of this year, the total number of charging piles was about 3.9 million. So that places the overall car to charger ratio to be about 2.55. Next slide, please. And even though private chargers are increasing, public charging is quite important in China because not everyone has access to dedicated parking space at home, and especially in the older residential districts. And you can see that the charging service market is quite concentrated in China, with about 92% of public chargers being operated by 15 companies, including those operated by the EV subsidiaries of China's 2 grid companies, the State Grid, which serves 26 provinces, and China Southern Grid, which serves 5 provinces. And I'll talk more about this in a minute. Next slide, please. Now, we've seen an evolution in terms of China's policies supporting the charging infrastructure development and the utilities' role in it. In the early days of EV industry development, the government policies primarily focused on providing financial incentives, and charging infrastructure-related policies were basically embedded in the EV promotion policies and aimed at supporting charging infrastructure development to meet the EV charging needs. So in this respect, the grid company's role was basically to provide electricity service for charging. And starting in about 2015, we started to see various standalone national and provincial policies that covered all aspects of charging infrastructure. And in particular, China's State Council set a target for building sufficient charging infrastructure for 5 million EVs by 2020. And it also included various requirements for EV charging for new residential construction, parking spaces in large public buildings, to have at least one public charging station for every 2,000 EVs, and then also encourage public-private partnerships to install charging in malls, major parking lots, supermarkets, etc. And it also included a directive to incorporate the construction and upgrading of distribution grid into local planning. And the grid companies were required to ensure that power supply could keep up with the charging operation demands. And then also to make it easier to connect the chargers to the grid, providing the service for free with cost recovery through the grid transmission and distribution tariff. So again, up until this point, we can see that the grid company, they're still pretty much in the basic mode as electricity service provider, but that's beginning to change. So several other national policies and guidance documents were also issued around the same time, providing different requirements and incentives. And then a couple years later, this was followed by China's dual credit policies, which set new energy vehicle quota for car makers, linking it to the fuel economy standards. So pretty much around this time, with all the policies and opportunities, and in both the EV and the charging service market, there has been an inrush of service providers to the charging service market, and all kinds of services and apps were also being developed, and also the grid companies set up subsidiaries and partnerships to provide charging service. And then sort of going forward a little bit more, the current phases of government policies focus on accelerating and optimizing the charging infrastructure. And right now, the goal is to have charging that can support 20 million EVs by 2025. And China's announcement of its carbon peaking and carbon neutrality goals in 2020 provided additional impetus to speed up electrification, which, when combined with the fast growth of wind and solar, vehicle grid integration is now on policymakers' radar screen. So questions like, how do you scale up EVs while the grid is also connecting large amounts of wind and solar? How can EVs help support power grid through managed charging and participate in demand response programs and the power grid? Next slide. So, with the policy evolution, the grid companies have moved from just providing basic electricity service to public charging service providers, and from building the builder of this network of fast chargers for highways to be a V2G pilot implementer. And with energy security being a top priority, the grid companies also have to scale up renewables safely, reliably, economically, and they are looking at EVs as a resource to provide grid support through managed charging, to even out the load curve, support renewable integration, and provide energy storage. Next slide. This final slide gives you a snapshot of the work NRDC has done in China with grid companies and local governments to implement demand response pilots to promote vehicle grid integration and EVs participation in demand response and power markets. And with the ultimate goal of not only to have EVs serve as a valuable grid resource, but ultimately link EVs to the cleanest possible resource. I don't want to take up too much time, so I'm not going to go into details here, but please feel free to reach out if you're interested in any of our work. We'd be happy to share more information about the pilots that we have done and the work we have done with the grid companies in China. So I think, Charu, I think that's, I'm probably over time a bit. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share what's happening in China. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mona, and thank you for joining us in the middle of the night. We know it's really late for you, so we really appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sharing the practices that have happened and the role of utilities in China. I think we have a lot of representation from utilities from different states here today in the audience. So a lot of people would really were really interested in learning from different geographies. And with this, we are moving to the next speaker. We don't have the person here present with us, but he has recorded a video. Mr. Miles Muller, who's an attorney in the Climate Change and Clean Energy Program at NRDC's US office. He's based in San Francisco office and focuses on transportation electrification in the West, advocating for policies and investments that accelerate the electrification of cars, buses, and trucks, as well as transition to a cleaner and more affordable electrical grid. Miles holds a bachelor's degree in environmental science and policy from Duke University, a master's degree in environment and resources from Stanford University, and a JD from Stanford Law School. Miles has recorded a video sharing the US experience that we will play now. Mr. Raghu, can we play the video? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miles Muller. I'm an attorney at the Natural Resources Defense Council, or NRDC for short. NRDC is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to protection of the environment, with more than 700 scientists, lawyers, and advocates, and over 3 million members. Over the last several decades, NRDC has worked to cut pollution from the transportation sector, by pushing for stronger emission and fuel economy standards in passenger vehicles and trucks, policies encouraging the adoption of electric vehicles, advocating for cleaner fuels, and policies that reduce the need to drive. My job at NRDC focuses on transportation electrification, advocating for policies and investments that accelerate the electrification of cars, buses, and trucks, as well as the transition to a cleaner and more affordable electric grid. So we're here today to talk about the role that utilities have played in expanding charging infrastructure in the United States. Notably, several jurisdictions in the US have committed to ambitious EV adoption goals. To highlight just a few, California has goals of 1.5 million EVs on the road by 2025 and 5 million by 2030, as well as 100% of new car sales being zero emission by 2035. On the other side of the country, New York has adopted a goal of 850,000 zero-emission vehicles on the road by 2025, as well as 100% zero-emission light-duty vehicle sales by 2035. Now, utilities play a key role in supporting these goals, including programs and investments encouraging greater deployment of EV charging stations, the provision of what's typically called make-ready infrastructure, which is essentially all the boring underlying electrical infrastructure that goes up to the charger, as well as larger grid upgrades like substations and feeders for large electrification loads at medium and heavy duty charging locations. So in this presentation, I'll provide a high-level overview of those 3 buckets of utility policies and discuss the role they've played in supporting the build out of EV charging in the US. So beginning with the first, utility programs and investments for deploying EV charging stations. More and more utilities across the country are now making investments to accelerate the electrification of the transportation sector. As of right now, total investment in utility infrastructure programs supporting light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles across the country has eclipsed $3.5 billion, which will go on to support the deployment of roughly 300,000 level 2 chargers at workplaces, homes, apartments, public destinations, as well as 8,000 DC fast charging stations supporting public charging and medium and heavy duty vehicle charging. These investments have been an essential support for building out America's public EV charging network, which as of this year includes roughly 150,000 chargers. Beyond just the charging stations themselves, utilities also have a key role to play in the provision of make-ready infrastructure. Now, because battery technology is continuing to improve rapidly, with the cost of batteries dropping precipitously, the economics of electrifying EVs are becoming more and more attractive. Unfortunately, however, there's no similar cost reduction curve for trenching, pouring concrete, and running electrical wires, which means that even when those vehicles have achieved cost parity with their fossil fuel equivalents, the cost of installing charging infrastructure for those vehicles could remain a persistent barrier to widespread EV adoption. Accordingly, one of the most important policies for supporting EV charging is ensuring utility support for make-ready infrastructure. Again, basically just all the boring but underlying electrical infrastructure from the transformer up to the charging station itself. And this includes things like transformers, utility meters, panels, conduits, and wiring. The provision of make-ready infrastructure in the US is a generally widely uncontroversial and core utility function that has been repeatedly authorized by commissions. Despite that, however, in most cases, utility support for make-ready infrastructure has been repetitively litigated on a case-by-case basis for each proposed utility program. To solve this problem and to reduce a major barrier to widespread transportation electrification, some public utility commissions have simply made the provision of that infrastructure part of the normal course of utility business. For example, the California Public Utilities Commission in the last couple of years directed utilities to develop new tariffs that allow them to design, install, and maintain electrical infrastructure and all the associated work on the utility side of the meter. And this gets rid of the need to litigate the same issue over and over again in individual applications, while still providing oversight of those expenditures by public utility commissions in general rate cases. Notably, these tariffs will reduce the cost of installing charging stations for cars, buses, and trucks by about 25%, taking hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the cost of installing charging stations at a typical site and providing a foundation of support upon which charging companies, state programs, and targeted utility programs can build out the charging network that states need to meet their air quality and climate goals. Beyond make-ready infrastructure, utility support for larger grid upgrades like substations and feeders is especially important for longer-term grid planning and ensuring the electrical grid is prepared to support transportation electrification. Putting millions of vehicles on the roads means these states are also going to be plugging in millions of EVs onto the grid, putting much more demand on the grid from EV charging. States and utilities are beginning to think more proactively about how to integrate those EVs, minimizing the need for grid upgrades where possible, while ensuring that necessary upgrades can be done in a timely manner, avoiding infrastructure bottlenecks that could otherwise undermine those ambitious state goals and regulations. Many states right now, however, have a just-in-time approach for building grid upgrades when customers integrating large loads request utility service, resulting in delays, barriers, and larger costs that will ultimately make it difficult to realize state climate and transportation goals. For example, right now, electric trucks can be delivered quickly as fast as 3 weeks, but charging infrastructure and connecting to the grid can take several years when substations and similar grid infrastructure is needed. More strategic planning and investment is necessary to avoid scenarios in which a large number of fleets and warehouses all raise their hands at once requesting grid upgrades, but are told it'll take 5 to 7 years to actually get those upgrades. So To avoid these kinds of infrastructure bottlenecks and to adequately serve all the new electric cars and trucks coming over the next decade, some states are now looking at ways of encouraging more proactive grid planning and investment, allowing utilities to build out some of that infrastructure in advance. For example, California passed a bill this year to do just that, while providing utilities with fleet data that's already being collected by state agencies to help them anticipate where many of these large electrification loads are likely to materialize on the grid. So that's the high-level overview of the landscape of utility charging infrastructure policies in the US, where we've come, where we're likely headed, and an early sketch of the roadmap for how to get there in the future. And while that roadmap is still being refined, utilities and regulators looking to advance EV charging in their jurisdictions can start by looking at the lessons provided by some of these early programs and policies to help get them on the path to realizing the full potential of transportation electrification. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. I hope you all got some overview of how utility policies are working in the US. Our next presentation for the day is from a domestic utility, BSES. We have Shri Pradeep Agarwal, who has been associated with the Reliance ADAG group from last more than 18 years and worked with different verticals starting from power training, business development, regulatory and commercial distribution business across locations, both Delhi and Mumbai. In his present role, he is working with BSES Rajdhani Power Limited and leading the e-mobility and open access team. Pradeep is an engineer with BTech in Power Electrical from National Power Training Institute and PGGM from IIM Lucknow. Pradeep, over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, SK. Thank you, NRDC, for providing us opportunity to present the Delhi experience. Next slide. So today, the agenda is to deliberate on the role of utility in the in the EV sector. So next slide. Yeah, these are the contents of the presentation. First, we cover the BRPL, then the charging infra. We cover some critical aspects such as managed charging and sustainable charging. Next slide. So BSES Rajdhani Power Limited is one of the utility in Delhi. We cater to almost 50% of the Delhi area, mostly the southern and the western part of Delhi. We have 29 lakhs of consumer base. We touched the peak of around 3,400 megawatt in this June. Next slide. There was a complete transformation in the 20 years. Prior to privatization, we have a loss of more than 50%. Now we have a AT&C of less than 8%. The system reliability index went up 99.9%. Next slide. To understand the role of utility in EV sector, first we need to understand the setup in which DISCOMs are operating. On one side, we have government bodies like regulators, state government, landowning agencies. On other hand, we have the other stakeholders like consumer to whom we are serving, charge point operators. Since this is a discussion related to EV sector, so charge point operator, battery swapping operator, and fleet operators are the main stakeholders, and then our employees as well. So first we need to understand what are the requirements of all these stakeholders, and then we devise the charging infra, and then we need to sync our business along and alignment of our business with the EV charging infra requirements. So for consumers, what consumer wants is, of course, in the previous session, we understand that private charging requirement constitutes around 70 to 80% of the total charging requirement. Public charging, being a top-up charging or intermittent charging, requires only 10 to 15%. There is another technology, which is battery swapping technology, which is coming up and constitute around 5%. So for the consumers, what consumer wants is that they want the hassle-free installation of private charger at their premises, being a private residence or a semi-public. They also want a separate EV connection along with the subsidized promotional EV tariff. which Delhi is offering. They don't want to visit offices of the utility. On the other hand, they also want that efficient operation should be there. Otherwise, there is a tariff impact on them. So that was the requirements or the desires of our main stakeholder, that is consumers. We have 29 lakhs consumer to whom we are serving. Then there, then the other stakeholder is CPO, battery swapping operators. CPO means charge point operators, battery swapping operators, or fleet operator. They all are the major stakeholders in the EV infra. And CPOs, but CPOs are requiring that we shall provide or facilitate them a land to set up the charging infra. Of course, distribution business being spread across area, when we have multiple substations, multiple offices at very prominent locations. So they want facilitation on those lines. Second, they also want another wish list is same as per the consumers. Like they want a separate EV connections with a subsidized EV tariff. They also want a green energy for EV charging. That is what we came across several of these requests. What our employees want is they want a parking and a charging facility in office premise. If they buy EV, they shift to EV. They also want a convenient official transport, EVs for official transport, and some kind of policy where we can offer an additional discount in addition to the central and state government and offer them a competitive loan rates. So that is the overall wish list, what our stakeholders want. Now we see how we could fit in and how we could match up to their expectation and fulfill their requirements. Next slide. So as per supply code provision, Delhi has a unique opportunity for the charging point operators. We offer LT connection up to 200 kilowatt. If we analyze any model charging station with a mix of slow, fast and moderate chargers, the load can be less than 200 kilowatt. And we usually suggest charge point operator not to go on a hub model, go on a distributed model. It will support your business in terms of reducing dead kilometers. It will support you in terms of presence across city, and it will reduce your cost. If we see and analyze the cost of charging station, the electricity component varies from 17% to 50%. If charge point operators opt for a ST connection, the entire network upgrade falls on them. The DT cost and the land has to be provided by them only. But in case of LT, the cost is socialized and of course could be accommodated from the existing network. So LT, we up to 200 kilowatt we providing. Then there is another requirement. They want in certain premises we have ST connections. What they want is LT connection for EVs. We have 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt connection at HT, and they want up to 200 kilowatt for EV. So either we provide them from the nearest feeder or we do the sub-metering. So sub-metering is allowed in Delhi. We usually do sub-metering on those special requests on case-to-case basis subject to feasibility. On HT to ST sub-metering is not allowed and could not be feasible. Next slide. This is a promotional EV tariff. In Delhi, we have no fixed charges on EV. And for LT, we have 4 rupees 50 paisa. HT, we have 4 rupees flat. There is no slab rate. You consume as many units, there is no incremental tariff. Then we have TOD as well on EV tariff. For connections greater than 10 kilowatt, on the peak hours, there is a surcharge of 20%. And during off-peak hours, there is a rebate of 20%. So effective tariff during peak hours will be 5 rupees 40 paisa. And during off-peak hours, it is 3 rupees 60 paisa. It's a very, very low tariff which we are offering to the EV users. Next slide. Now, being 29 lakh consumer and the EV cell is having a 3-4 members, it's very difficult to cater and touch all the consumers, all the requirement and answer the queries. So we shift on to the digital mode. What we do is we create an online portal, a dedicated portal, e-mobility, where all the information pertaining to connections, pertaining to applying for charger, step-by-step procedure, all government regulations, orders, everything in one place. Safety guidelines, safety checklist, everything is in one place. So consumer need not to worry, need not to visit. That was we have understood that it is one of the requirement of the stakeholders that they don't want to visit our offices. They want to apply it online. So we enable them to apply it online. And then EV cell on a centralized basis monitors all such requests of EV connections and EV charger installations. One special request we also received from charge point operators. They want to have the pre-feasibility in place. What does this mean? Suppose they are into agreement with certain land parcels or commercial buildings. Prior to going into that agreement, they want to ascertain whether the load is available or not. So they usually come to us and we did pre-feasibility. We have an online portal, Sanket portal, where we get all the distribution data at one place. Next slide. This is almost covered in the previous sessions, so I'll not spend much time. 70 to 80% is the private charging, and then 20% caters to public charging, including battery swapping stations. Next slide. So now coming on to the private charging program. This is like we understood that this is what our consumer demands. And being a utility, we are connected to almost all the premises in our distribution area. So we are best suited to conduct this private charging program. Policy also mandates DISCOMs to run the private charging program. In this program, all the stakeholders, consumers, vendors, DISCOMs, and Delhi government, all are on the single page. Consumer usually submits a request for chargers that was approved by DISCOM and pass on to the vendors as per their wish list. We have multiple vendors, multiple chargers on offer. And then we pass on to the vendor, then vendor will, as per SLA, service level agreement, they install the charger and they come back with the proof of installation along with all necessary documentation. They submit that, we approve and pass it on to the government. Government then provides subsidy to the vendor directly. What consumer has to pay is the net of the subsidy amount after installation. That means consumer need not to worry about subsidy, what I am getting, how to get, where to we reach. So this is all being addressed. So they have to pay net of subsidy amount. When I say net of subsidy amount, this means if charger is costing 10,000 and 6,000 is the Delhi government subsidy, so they have to pay 4,000 directly to the vendor. 6,000 will be provided to the vendor by Delhi government on approval. We have also expanded the scope of private charging program recently. We covered the urban local bodies parking for that program because we understand that major proliferation of EVs will happen in two-wheeler and three-wheeler. So we understood that slow charger constitutes the is a major segment, and that needs to be deployed because a lot of focus is on fast chargers. But when we see there are very less number of vehicles which are compatible with the fast chargers, it's a putting up public money. Next slide. These slides provides types of chargers covered under private charging program. One is LEV-AC, another is AC001. One is LEV-AC is a single gun 3.3 kilowatt charger. AC001 is a 3-gun 3.3 kilowatt charger. And then there is another charger which we have covered in the private charging program is a moderate charger, 15 kilowatt DC. However, there is no subsidy onto that charger. We discovered a lowest price of 8374 for a LEV-AC charger, and after subsidy, it is being offered at 2374. The price covers the cost of charger, installation charges, 3-year AMC, GST, 5-meter wire. Everything is including, no need to worry about anything for 3 years. And we have a very good SLA and the payment security mechanism. We have that BGs in place from the vendors. In case they don't perform as per SLA, we have the right to encash them. Then next slide. Then there is another option of the another segment of the charging infra is the public charging. So this why I have kept this slide that in Delhi there is a unique initiative taken by our state nodal agency, which is the Delhi Transco Limited. They have invited a bids at 100 locations. They collated all the locations from feasible locations at prominent places, and they invited a bid. And the bid was on the basis of the service charges you are being charged. And what is offered in turn is the land, the electricity connection, and the land is offered at a 70 paisa per unit. And the electricity connection is provided and as is where is basis. And it will be surprised that the rate discovered in the bidding is, next slide, is minus 3 rupees 60 paisa. That means per unit cost of electricity goes down to the by 3 rupees 60 paisa. That next slide. So the consumer has to pay, the EV user has to pay only the EV tariff, the GST, and then on top of that, there is a discount of 3 rupees 60 paisa. So in Delhi, 4 rupees 50 paisa is the EV tariff. After taxes, it is 6 rupees. So if I subtract 3 rupees 60 paisa, then the per unit charging cost is 2 rupees 40 paisa, which is a very, very competitive pricing. And I think this is a model which could be replicated in other states as well. The government is not in a business of a charging point, or DISCOM is not in the business of charging point operations. So why we should invest? We should invest in hard assets. like connections, it will remain forever. The charging technology will come and go. It may be replaced altogether after 5 years. So DISCOMs and other government agency, and it makes sense. The major user of the public charging infra is fleet operators and other requirement or other EV user as and when it is required, intermittent or top-up charging. But major are the fleet operators. And it will be good to know that all the 4 parties who have bid and matched the L1 tariff are the fleet operators. Next slide. These are the BRPL EV portfolio. We have 1500 EV connections, more than 1000 charging points, 30 EV fleets. Next slide. These are already covered that in the previous session, it was known that based on the estimates, 7% of the peak demand could be increased. So that is what our estimates as well. We built it on the basis of CA EPS report and the prevailing past 10 years CAGR. Next slide. How to mitigate managed charging? There are certain avenues. One is time of the day tariff. Another is time controlling feature in the EV charger. The other 2 aspects could be a direct control by DISCOMs, but that is yet to be approved by regulator. Next slide. This is a pictorial representation of how time scheduling matters. In case if EV users go home and plug their vehicle directly, it will start charging. And there is an incidence of peak charging, peak hour tariff as well, because 10 to 1 in Delhi is the peak hours. So they will be charged, they will be fixed tariff, peak tariff on the EV usage. However, if time scheduling feature, if timer is set and there is a delay is set, then EV user will avail the concessional tariff of peak charges. And of course, the vehicle usually parked there for 8 to 10 hours. So there is no need of intermittency. The peak could be shifted. Next slide. This is the demonstration we did in our office. Next slide. And now there are 2-3 vendors who are offering the time scheduling feature. We have wrote to the government that there has to be a mandate time scheduling feature in all the private or EV chargers. This is how we could integrate the renewables in EV charging. One, the net metering is allowed. So commercial buildings or charge point operators could install solar panels. Then another battery swapping operators could plan their charging during night times or afternoon times, where we have a lot of renewable in grid. In night times, we have a lot of wind. In daytime, we have a lot of solar. And there are another green energy open access rules published by MOP, where up to 100 kilowatt green energy open access is provided. There is another option, which is green tariff being offered by DISCOM. If any consumer, institutional consumer would like to avail, he can avail. Next slide. Thank you. Sorry for extra time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep ji, for a very relevant presentation and for sharing the programs and initiatives for both public and private chargers that BICS is implementing in Delhi, and also touching upon managed and smart charging. I'm sure Narayan will cover it in the panel that is starting now. So I would now like to invite our moderator and panelist for the last technical session of the day on advancing utility engagement and rollout of charging infrastructure. I would like to invite Sri Narayan Kumar, who's the Associate Director and leading the electric mobility initiatives at Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. He's an energy professional with a demonstrated history of working across various dimensions of sustainable development for electric utilities, policymakers, and development organizations. Narayan, please. As panelists, we have Ms. N. Malti, who's the Assistant Divisional Engineer at Telangana State Southern Power Distribution Company Limited. Our next speaker for the day is Shri Ramesh Prasad, who is currently serving as a Director Operations in Andhra Eastern Power Distribution Company Limited. He has an overall experience of 39 years in AP State Electricity Board and has been working with AP EPDCL since 1982. Welcome, sir. Our next speaker is Shri Pradeep Agarwal from BICS, from whom you just heard. And our last speaker for this panel is Mrs. Aarti Kulkarni, who's working as an executive engineer at the MEC DCL company. She is currently working in Special Projects Department, looking after the electric mobility business in Maharashtra. Welcome, Aarti. Narayan, over to you.
Thank you, Charulata. Good afternoon, everyone. It would be very difficult to have a very listening session after a good biryani. So I will try to make it as much as interactive as possible. We have a very distinguished panel with me, which represent at least 3 grid regions of our country, at least from the south. The AP is there, from the Telangana is there, from the western grid, the Maharashtra people are there, and even from the northern grid, the Delhi people are there. So they have a wide variety of things, because everyone in this room will agree to me that electric mobility is the biggest lever for bringing the decarbonization for our transport sector. For the successful development or deployment of the electric vehicle charging, there should be a resilient and effective charging infrastructure should be on place. And when we are developing a charging infrastructure, one size fits for not for all, because India is so much diverse. Because as Pradeep ji has mentioned that his peak is coming in the late night and he have a morning afternoon peak. But in the case of Maharashtra, it would be coming in the evening time. In the case of Andhra, it would be early evening times. So we all are different, but we are of course connected to an One Grid, One Nations event. So in that context, I would like to start with a very general floating question. I would say, I would like to hear from different grid perspective, what are the basic challenges that has been faced by the DISCOMs in deploying or successful implement of an electric vehicle charging infrastructure. I would like to pose this question to every of the panelists over here. And subsequently, there is another question also. Every panelist can think about it like that, because I have been a background of working very closely with more than 50 distribution companies in this country. So I would like to know from them that in electric vehicle charging infrastructure, there is a huge augmentation cost is required in terms of the distribution system. So is it good to socialize that cost, like what we have done in the case of renewable energy? Or you have to find out some other business mechanisms, or whether we have to include electric vehicle charging infrastructure as a part of our UDAY scheme also, or IPDS scheme, to bring this to happen? Because the keyword is show me the money, then only I will place my grid over there. So over to you. We can start with Aarti ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon to all. First of all, thank you, ASCII, for calling me here. And as a panelist, it's a difficult job for us to answer this question, because honorable speakers which have spoke up till now has covered, I guess, each and every segment of EV business to utility part and everything. So to add up the new thing is itself is a challenging. Still, I'll try my best. So looking at a EV business and looking in perspective of EV consumer, I can conclude that there are 3 types of anxieties, basically range, time, and discovery. And as a utility, there are 2 roles which we play. One as a DISCOM, where all expect us to give us the electricity with wherever, whenever required. And the other role of utility is for the development of EVCS. So as you rightly said, it's difficult for the DISCOMs to develop the charging infrastructure wherever required because of lacking of funds and all. And stepping out of the box, I'm saying there are incentives for everything, but there is no incentive or funds available with the DISCOMs to develop such kind of a EVCS networks. So it's a request to the policymakers that please look into that and do some arrangement. Now coming into the second part of the question, that challenges which we face to develop the EVCS systems. Means as a Maharashtra state, we have already developed 12 EVCS stations on the pilot basis, and now the progress of 50 EV charging stations are in progress. Looking at the challenges while developing EVCS station is an initial investment, what I see, because there is a rapid change in the technology. See, once we float the tender, we go with the CCS Chadamogan. Now, some manufacturers give up on the CHAdeMO and some vehicles comes on CCS. This is a ground level challenge because it's a huge investment which is involved into this. So maybe if manufacturers are in India at least come with specific gun technology that will simplify the work of developing the EVCS. That is my perspective. The other is a app development. One can say it's a very easy job to do, but it's really difficult task. I read one article on LinkedIn that one person traveled from Chennai to Kanyakumari and he ended up with 550 odd number of charging apps on his mobile because payment gateways and to connect everything in the one app is quite challenging and it needs to be done. Deepa ma'am mentioned the technology in Germany that they have introduced one card type of a system. In India, it will work like a miracle because all are ready to adopt the technology, but these are the basic challenges which all are facing. Then the other third and most important thing is the service charge quantum. It's not at all uniform anywhere. Like when we talk about the petrol pumps and all, there is a guarantee that BPCL, HPCL or any other pump owner will sell a petrol per liter cost is same. But in EVCS, it's a huge difference. If you go to the MSEDCL's EV station, they will sell the vehicle will be charged per unit by 11-12 rupees. And if you go to the private player, it will be really 30-35 rupees. So it's a confusing scenario for the EV buyers, which needs to be addressed. And there should be a uniformity in the service charges, what I feel. It's a most important part. Thank you.
Thanks, Ardi, for raising these point of the price parity issues. And I think there would be some sort of a regulated mechanism should be required for that, as well as the requirement of that need to be required for the augmentation of the system. So over to you, Pradeep ji. You have already presented about what is the Delhi case study. So in that case of Delhi case study, I know that there are a couple of things you have already doing, like Delhi has come up with the Delhi Motor Aggregator scheme, in which you have been planning to do an EV transition by 2030. So, and you have big plans of implementing around 18,000 plus charging infrastructure. So you have planned it more better. So we would like to know still, what are the challenges you have been facing when you have been connecting to the grid?
Thank you. First and foremost challenge, which as a DISCOM in operating in Delhi, is Delhi being a landlocked city and a metro. There is a very huge space constraint. Everybody wants a network, but nobody wants network to be established in front of their premise. Then number two, there is a building plan already in place from last 15 years. And there is a supply as well, but nobody considers that electricity companies requires a space to install substations and DTs. This is the biggest challenge we are facing in metro. So we have to run from pillar to post to government bodies to provide us a land. It's a first and foremost. And then from the operation perspective, the EV load coincides with the DISCOM existing peak. As I mentioned in the slide, that the EV user reaches home and plug their vehicle. It starts charging. And what happens is then the night peak also comes in Delhi. So it adds up on the peak. The peak becomes peakier and then it will be difficult for us to manage. For that, we need to do a costly upgrade, peak power purchasing. So if this could be managed through some small innovations like time scheduling functionality, that is much more. From the consumer perspective, like we interact, being a member of EV Cell, we usually interact from a lot of consumers. What about their plans and how they are planning to buy EVs? They said battery replacement cost is the biggest concern in their mind. They don't know how EV will behave after 4 to 5 years and what cost they have to incur. The entire saving which we are showing it to on first day will be vanished in one go when they are going for battery replacement. And if battery is not replaced, then entire vehicle will be scrapped. So this is, I think, few challenges which I foresee is the main and which needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. Thanks for raising the point of utilizing the time of usage tariff mechanism, or my humble submission that you could consider demand response mechanism as a part of EV, so that anyway the Delhi have already come up with their smart grid regulations. You can start amending on that. Back to the business capital. Would like to know from Ramesh, what's your experience in Maharashtra? How you are tackling that problem? Over to you.
First of all, good afternoon to all the participants, especially panelists here. So it's really a privilege to be here. So first of all, I want to congratulate this ASCI and NDRC and Government of Telangana conducting such a very good program, because this present any department or any state, EV is one of the topmost priority we have to take care. As far as AP is concerned, we implemented, we are having about 40 vehicles for our department. Totally, it is being used. But as we are in the power sector, the main problem constraint is our mileage is very limited. Maybe most of the cars, they are limited to 200 kilometers. So when we see that the initial stage itself, after 100 kilometers, the driver will say alarm. But as we are in the power sector, our breakdowns and all these things has to be attended. So as our Kulkarni ji has told, and our Pradeep, and see, our concern is increase the how much the battery each charging, the mileage should come more. So then only the credibility will be more, and we can use much more. People can make use of it. As a department, we are using it, but public has to make use of that. It should be more friendly, consumer friendly. And one more issue is that one of the main constraints is our charging, EV charging stations in the apartments. So as an individual, okay, in your house, you can straight away put one charging station and you can get it charged, both your four-wheeler or two-wheeler. Wherever, if you're in an apartment like 100 units or 50 units of apartments in one thing, if you has to put a EV charging station, then the association has to support them. How we can do it? So in that scenario, I don't know about the Delhi and Bombay, what is going on. But my concern is many of our friends asked about how about putting EV stations in the group of people, and public charging stations also not much. Now actually our state AP RTC has going with 4,000 buses with electrical buses. So our government has proposed for about 39 charging stations in our 5 districts, EPDCL. We belong to EPDCL, which is having 5 districts. For that, they have proposed a 30 kV point of supply for the EV charging stations. So that is already we have made ready. So once it comes, so public utility also can be like buses and everybody, public transport also comes under this EV mobility system. So definitely it will be useful. And my concern is I asked one of our friend, iBot agency who is making smart meters, who has supplied to our EPDCL. So the smart meter, prepaid meters, if we are provided at the our apartments, so that the association can make run. Actually, I contacted one of my friend in Hyderabad. So he said their apartment, they provided one charging station. So they made an app. So they can charge it. Once it charges, how much charging it is done, automatically it gets charged, and that charging is over, it will stop. So like that, more advanced technology should come. How best we can make use of these charging stations, then only it will be very successful. And one is tariff. Our APRC is given a separate category 2C. So with a charging of 6 rupees 40 paisa per unit. Whereas if you see commercial, it is comes around 10 rupees and odd. Even for the domestic stage will come, if your consumption is more, it will nearly reach us 9 rupees and odd. So definitely government is encouraging, our regulatory affairs also encouraging, giving a less charges for this EV charging. 6 rupees 40 paisa is very reasonable, because our cost of service is coming around 6 rupees. So only thing is how best it should reach the public, because so many vehicles are coming up with these electric vehicles. Only concern is my own concern is everybody has to be educated, and mostly DISCOMs has to be known about this. So then only we will be successful. So all of you are very advanced stage, all our panelists, but it's the news for me. I'm listening to this. So I'm very happy to be a part of it. But my concern is our billing system should be changed and charging stations should be increased, because if you want to go about 100, 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers, a distant place, you have to look for a charging station. So that's a big concern for us. So I request all the people here, how best we can develop the things, how easily people can make use of these things, then only it will be successful. So I want to thank you all for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Rameshji. Thank you for highlighting these points of providing a destination-based charging or an electrified highways throughout the length and breadth of the country, as well as he also pointed out the need of myth busting. Like I personally have an experience of when one of my friends have brought the EVs in one of the societies. He was not even given a covered parking because of the myth busting that it may catch up the fire and it will lead into the big fire accident that will happen. So he have to park his vehicle in an open air, even though he have a reserved parking in that apartment. So of course, so I would appreciate everything can be done through an utility-led program. And many of you may agree or disagree with me. Like in India, majority of the people actually interact with utilities and trust utilities, to be very frank. So we could have think about of utility-driven programs for this myth busting on that aspect. So coming back to Malini ji about that from the host states, what is your experience in deployment of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure in Telangana, as well as you have experienced a fire accident. So how you have tackled that thing? So what are the precautions you have? If you have thrown some lights on that, it would be a great example for that.
Sir, nothing much to add from my side. Actually, sir have addressed it. The foremost thing is the land availability that posing a big problem for the charging stations. And the objections from the residential welfare associations coming from if home charging is to be installed. And there has to be some set of guidelines to address these fire accidents which has occurred in the recent times. We are in a process to bring out that set of guidelines with the concerned department, CIG and Fire and Safety, to address these issues.
Thank you, Malini ji. Thank you for highlighting this thing. So I have a couple of questions on to the panelists. Please feel free to answer on that. Anybody can take that. Like we have made a lot of discussion about the two-wheelers, three-wheelers, which have been going to happen in our urban areas. So right now, the Indian government is thinking about bringing out zero emission trucking, like electric trucking, even though the NITI Aayog has already come up with the platform for eFast, which could be the platform for bringing out the trucking, how to optimize our trucking cost. And whatever be the numbers that has been shown over there or TCO analysis, it has been showing that electric trucking becoming a successful thing. If we are able to deploy that kind of electric vehicle, robust electric vehicle charging infrastructure over your industrial corridors. And you are the four important states, I would say, which actually plays across India's golden quadrangle, which will be connecting Delhi, Mumbai, Visakhapatnam, and Kolkata. You have been passing through the highways. So what are your thoughts on how we can deploy those kind of heavy charging infrastructures? And what could be the opportunities of bringing green open access over there? Because one of the actually controversy against this electric vehicle was actually, are you planning to shift the emissions from the transport side to the power sector? Because we are relying on an coal-fired, I would say, coal-dependent power system. So what are your general thoughts on that? How we can draw out more and more renewable energy to the grid, and how we can create this as one of the opportunity to minimize as a balancing reserve for us, because our sun is available in the morning time, the trucks will be running in the highways during the morning time. So how we can operate, how we can utilize this opportunity, and these guys will turn out to be your customers again. So your general comments on that, anybody can respond on that.
Yes, you rightly said We can use a terminology for this as a wheel to wheel ratio, well to wheel ratio. It should be minimized, otherwise it will be of no use. Yeah, we are burning coal and we are running the EVs. So renewable power energy is a major thing which should be taken care of. In Maharashtra, we have opted for the gross metering already, and limit of 1 megawatt for the open access has already been put up in the act. So in a way, we are encouraging people to use the renewable energy. That is the first part of your question. The other part is fleet is a major EV thing which we should taken care of, because that will save our save everything. It's an ecosystem kind of a thing. So as a DISCOM, what we have realized that the rightly said, or the people over here, that the place is a major constraint and everything is there. But for the DISCOM people, there is a positive point that we have a substation structure which is scattered all over our state, and which is mainly alongside the highways. So what we have done in Maharashtra, we are putting up the EVCS electric vehicle charger charging location near to our in the substation itself, so that it can cover the highways, major highways of Maharashtra. Even we are planning to tie up with the pumps to expand the structure further. That is the scenario in Maharashtra at least.
Great observation, RTG. The finding out the substations, right substation across your highways, as well as you can interlink with your PM Kusum scheme also, because many of the utilities fail to find that there is no load in the villages to get connected. Let's find out the India's trucking load to be the new load for them. Over to you.
Thank you. Sharing a Delhi experience, Delhi is having a very little industrial activity. However, we are going very gung-ho about the electric mobility in public transport. Our total fleet, public transport buses fleet size is 7,000. Out of them, 1,600 is already tendered through CESL, and they are in the phase-wise manner deployment. We have already 250 buses on ground, and we have 3 major charging hubs in Delhi. So coming back to the integration of renewable energy, one, a DTC, which is a state transport undertaking, could install or set up rooftop solar to consume part of their requirement from renewable sources. Second, as per green energy open access rules, large institutions can avail green power under green tariff. However, there is a chicken and egg situation kind of, because we are offering already a 4 rupees 50 paisa EV tariff, and getting rates competitive then through open access is a very difficult task at this moment. So all of them are consuming a power under EV tariff. But once this concessional tariff will be foregone after, it will stay till March 2025 as per MOP guidelines. But it will be once the cap is limit or the tariff will be increased, then there could be a case for procuring power under open access. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep ji, for highlighting the applications of the best depots for become the solar hubs. Over to you, Ramesh ji, if you have some comments on that.
Hello. I really agree with Mrs. RTG. So our substations we can have a charging stations. So that will be more public utility will be there. A lot of public utility, they can make use of it. And most of our substations will have a lot of land. So some of part of it can be given for EV charging stations, so that more people can make use of that. It is only availability of EV charging station, more number we have, so more vehicles will come. So definitely we can have that. But only thing is, wherever we have these charging stations, and one thing our Narayan Kumar has said, see, one way you may be encouraging this charging electric vehicles, green energy and all that. But at the same time, you will be increasing your power consumption. At the same time, our solar power and wind power and all this renewable power has to be increased. Then only with the real fruits will come into this picture. Otherwise, the carbon emission will also increase. So we have to also think about the ratio of having renewable energy also has to be increased substantially. Then the real fruits we can enjoy it. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ramesh ji, for highlighting the role of renewable energy in greening these electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Malati ji, you have some point?
Sir, we have notified a separate category, category 9 for this electrical vehicle charging or battery swapping stations. And the charges for these is for LT category it is 6 rupees and HT category as well with time of day applicable. And the demand charges for LT is 50 rupees per kilowatt and HT is 100 rupees per kilowatt. Recently, we have also introduced the green tariff for category 1 and 2 industrial consumers only, but it is proposed to extend this to other categories as well in the next coming years. So to promote this green thing for EV charging stations also.
Thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists for their fruitful discussions. I would say that. So in short, the participation of the utilities is critical in implementing a green electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the country. So I would like to open this floor for the open discussions. If some of our participants have some questions, please feel free to ask the questions. There is an enriched panel is sitting over here from the different parts of the country. If you have some questions, please feel free to ask. Yeah, please go ahead. Please introduce yourself and please pose the question.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, giving this opportunity. And I am thankful to the OSCE and all the agencies who are conducted this program in a success way. One way, myself, Keshav Reddy, I consultant for OSCE and is a retired divisional engineer in Telangana Utility. My main concern was that for creating this type of lot of infrastructure, say for example, for fast charging station, you require around 60 to 70 kilowatts of power. For if you want to install 100 stations like that, you require one substation. If you see the quantum of vehicles going to increase in this country, how much infrastructure is required to establish that much power. Okay, you can generate power, you have to distribute it in the same time, for which a lot of strengthening to the utilities is required. Then only things will go smoothly. If not, there will be a bottleneck. If it is a chain has to be, there should not be any weak links. Every link has to be equally strong to get chain moving. If some weak link is there, again, it is going to hamper our entire EV program. There is no other go except going EV because petrol, fossil fuels are going to exhaust very soon. If you want the next generation to survive, there is only one option. I hope the utilities part has to think in the direction and governments also should think and see that sufficient funds to be available. We have to get it from international or national level so that we can improve upon this, go further, electrical charging stations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment as well as the view on that. Of course, I think all the panelists will agree that there is a holistic approach is required for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure development.
Only one point I want to add here. You have mentioned really valid point that strengthening of current distribution system needs to be done. But our central government has taken it in a very positive way, and RDSS scheme has been is in the pocket right now in all discoms. where they have segregated the funds under strengthening, loss reduction and everything. So hopefully the future requirement will be taken care of.
Yeah, please.
Sir, regarding your first question, who will be setting up these fast charging stations and the load requirement corresponding to that? So there are a lot of incentives going around for demand incentives for purchasing a vehicle, setting up of charging infra, but nobody is looking for a requirement from the DISCOM perspective. Since if we pass this burden onto the charge point operator, the charging point station itself become unviable. If we assume this, then there is a socialization impact, the tariff hike on all other consumers. So in FAME 2 mechanism, there is no subsidy or some kind of support provided to the DISCOMs for upgrading a network infra. I have one good suggestion regarding the public charging stations. The government should not go into the business of
stations to set up the EV infrastructure in the beginning?
In Delhi, there is a model building bylaws where 20% of the charging space to be reserved by them. And accordingly, they will make up provisions for electricity connections as well. So they will earmark the space for DT installation in their premise at the first day itself, so that we will not fall in the trap of asking the space again when they are upgrading the infra. And as and when the demands comes, I think the model building bylaws ask a provision of 20% EV, but they are not saying install on the first instance itself. As soon as the demands you fulfill those demands. So the city as well as the parking space. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. Yeah, please.
Especially in the charging space. And how about managing it with microgrids? Because in the in the highways as well as in the intercity, when we reach there, it will be a lot of help, right? I mean, my question would be mainly with Maharashtra, Andhra, and Telangana. I think Delhi doesn't come into microgrid kind of thing.
To respond, or shall I respond? So
we have set up one microgrid in Delhi. It's behind the regulator compound as well. So we have set up that PV installation, then battery storage, club with all supplies. So we have set up a microgrid. But the major concern which everybody is highlighting regarding the EV charging infra, I could say electricity per se is the major problem. Consider those areas where 6 to 7 hours electricity cuts are there. Will people should switch to EVs? No. Once we have a reliable supply of 24/7, then only people will think over to switching of EVs. And I think quite a few pockets are there and improvements are required to ensure 24/7 supply to every individual Indian households. So that charging infra is not a concern. They'll find out some jugaad to charge their vehicle, but electricity should be there.
Yeah, of course. We are not only 90%, we are 100% electrified. But I would like to give a different perspective on that, your question of, because our Mahatma Gandhi used to say that the India's soul lies in the village. Of course, when we have been thinking about the electrification, we have to give an face front like EVs are not meant for an elite product. It should be for a common person. Then only the actual adoption will happen. So there are a couple of awareness campaign, or I could say the myth busting had to need to be done on semi-urban or rural areas where actually the adoption will happen. Once the adoption will happen, we could have think about strengthening our charging infrastructure so that we can ensure that there will be quite amount of power supply would be provided over there. The third major perspective I would like to highlight would be, why can't we think about electrifying our tractors? Like even the Haryana, even I think Telangana policy have, even in the case of Haryana policy, they have given 15% upfront subsidy. So let be the tractors be the inverters for these unreliable grid in the rural areas. Let it get charged during the solar time and gets its electricity back during the. Normally the DISCOMs used to disconnect their electricity to these rural or semi-urban areas. So these are the different perspectives. We have to explore more on the perspectives. There is concrete studies need to be get done on that, understand what are the numbers, what are the business model need to be done, because of course it's a capital intensive business. So that's we have tried to clarify. What's your thoughts on that? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, ASCI, Government of Telangana, and NRDC for inviting me. Over to you, Charulata. I hope I have completed on time.
Thank you so much, Narayan, and a big thank you to all the panelists for taking out time. I think we had a very enriching and engaging discussion. Utilities are a very key stakeholder when it comes to, transitioning to electric mobility. But we really need to understand the challenges that are faced by the utilities. And like, other panelists also said, come up with a solution that works for a majority of the stakeholders and is not lopsided towards certain stakeholders. And I think from today's discussion, we have a lot of rich information that should be used, and we'll work with it and come up with, we'll work with the government of Telangana and other governments to ensure that, we have stronger policies and better support for utilities to transition to electric mobility. I'd now like to invite Professor Rajkiran Bilawalekar to please hand over the mementos to our moderator and the panelists. Thank you. Mr. Narayan Kumar Sri Kumar from Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Ms. Aarti Kulkarni from MSc DCL. Shri Ramesh Prasad from APEPDCL. Oh, my apologies. Shri Pradeep Agarwal from BSCS. Shri Ramesh Prasad from APEPDCL. And Ms. N. Maluti from TSSPDCL. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to invite Mr. Siddharth Keshava Dasu, Assistant Professor, Center Energy Studies, ASCI, to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you all. I would like to thank the NRDC Government of Telangana for working on this event with us. And the event of this dimension cannot happen. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. I would like to repeat. Thank you, NRDC, and thank you, Government of Telangana, for supporting us on this event. Event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. Thank you, Charulata, and thank you, Amartya, for carefully curating the event. Led by Professor Rajkiran and the entire team sitting back there. And those beautiful insights from every participant of this event, right from Jayesh Ranjan sir till the third session. Every line they spoke is insightful, and trust me, I have written more than 25 pages only writing the important points of their speeches. Once again, thank you all. Bye-bye.